do not A5 rocks. If a rock sampling already watched, we will tell so that optimistically. It sounds like.
Just for the live sulfides?
Yeah, so the cross-sects are retrieved.
Alright, if you look in our sit.
Separate sheet. And then
Oh.
Yeah. Need to do a little something about that.
so we still
I can fly down, make it easier.
But it's unclear where they are. Jill's rejected Chimney 4, so there'll be diffuse flow somewhere, maybe Chimney 1. We still have the biology transect to do, the Philip transect.
That doesn't sound like fun.
And then
Hold on, let me line up for you. Hold on. There you go.
back to Chimney 1, which is where Jill got her high tea this morning. Get a sulfide flicker and RNA later. Do all of these super things. Except for this one is time permits, but the rest of these are not time permits.
Go for it.
Alright, I'm in there. So maybe, and Phil hasn't had a chance to do a transect, right?
Hey, hello. Hello.
Alright.
Good, how are you doing? After lunch. I'm really good. We're just handing off. Great.
I'm going to report you out a little bit.
Yeah.
So,
Hi folks, welcome back to Dive 570. You're watching live from early Sebastian, and this is our Western Galapagos Hydrothermal Vents expedition aboard RV Falcor 2.
Are there any more IGTs left for you on this?
You're watching live geochemical sampling from the very bottom of the seafloor, almost 2.5 kilometers below the surface.
thinking about Chimney 1 for diffuse flow. Yeah. There's also diffuse flow here. Okay.
Can you grab the...
Where's here?
We're just about to change watches. It's almost 9 p.m. local time. We had Dr. Amy Gartman lead our stream for a while for part 3. So don't forget to check it out if you've missed it. And soon we're going to have Dr. Pete Gerges in the hot seat telling us all about biology. So if you have any sort of questions related to geology or biology of deep sea hydrothermal vents, don't forget to send them our way, and we will be more than happy to answer those.
Rotate your jaw clockwise.
Also, we've got Chris and Mike in the pilot seats.
Alright, now just draw it away. Get up a little bit. Just a touch. And draw straight out. There you go. You're pressing down.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Instead of making them go back.
Rotate just a little bit more, maybe.
Should probably want to see the flow, but the photo will probably be the start.
We've had
There you go. There you go.
an amazing diversity of sampling going on the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Nicole has showed me all of her invertebrate samples. Shout out to Nicole. The USGS team has been working really hard on characterizing the minerals that they brought up. I have some in the room here with me today. Got JC and Caitlin.
I think we're going to move on. It was coming out. I was going to show Jill the diffuse flow that was under the flat patch of sediment that we couldn't reach, although that's just where
We've also got biological sampling. I think Andrea's in the room now. Oh, she left. We also have Phil from University of Rhode Island. He's an ecologist helping us. We've also got Dr. Jill McDermott, one of our co-chief scientists on this expedition. We've got a full house here tonight. Staying hydrated? Yeah, I don't know where I put mine. I do, yeah.
They were kind of not hot. There were other ones around there.
I also noticed the stream's been a bit buffery today, so pardon that, folks. Our internet connection's a little bit spotty, but I'm keeping a very close eye on it, and I'll let you know if we're expecting any dropouts today.
No, I get what you're saying. I think it's cool. So,
If you're watching, I'd also like to know if you got notified on your device. If you've been having some issues with that as well. I'm just wondering if your notification came in today.
go ahead, I'll pick this up.
That'd be good info to have.
Mike was just pointing at it. There. That's our best diffuse flow over here. Kind of hard to see the shimmering right now.
Yeah, it's still got that fish net. I think I'm gonna go back up to the mussels though. This is coming from sulfite. So it could just be like a dilution of, or like a very near
Yeah.
fuel deficient of the IT flow. It's kind of pretty glitchy. So what's
Hey, Phil,
that's
where would you want your
less
transect?
desirable to me versus thinking about diffuse flow that's coming from the sulfur. Sulfite structure on it. That this one has, you know, it's got like a hot source very close by, whereas the diffuse one is
Yeah.
a lot more peripheral to
We've got a little Cusky hanging out in these little cracks.
just to get something different.
As Dr. Amy Gartman said earlier, it reminds her of the redwoods that you can just walk through. And I'll echo that sentiment.
We're gonna go do some probing.
Alright, I see some new folks in the chat. Welcome in. Thanks so much for joining us. I was just asking earlier if you had received the notification, so let me know if you have, or if you just happened upon the stream.
Yeah, you're there, yeah. Exactly. That's where we're going to do.
Yeah, it's interesting. I just wanted to kind of order of magnitude.
I'll keep an eye. What we're gonna look for is volcanic rock that has white staining and white cracks on it.
We're still in the middle of a handover, if you just tuned in.
And if it looks good, we will take it through.
I've got Mike as co-pilot measuring the distance on his Green Sea software about where our ROV is going to go next. We're about 115 meters away from our waypoint, so it's going to take a little bit of time to get there.
And then work our way back here
Thanks, guys.
and do some of this.
We're going to continue
Okay. Okay.
our interdisciplinary sampling here at the Western Galapagos Spreading Center.
We've updated our waypoint bridge.
Ooh, thanks for that feedback. It's good to know about the notifications. Thank you.
So one idea I had is like this. We go to muscles, we get your IgG now. Your weight and you get time rest. Either pick up go 200 meters off muscles, transit back to fill, and set them up to do
Where the Honda is there.
Yeah. Rachel's in a hunch.
Perfect.
That way balance somebody else's. This is, I would argue that half of this time here is low priority. This is medium. Built is higher.
Let's do at least one transit a whole cross.
Good idea. That's a good idea. And I think that's a cost. If you're good.
We only have to come up. We want to try to recover at 8 a.m.
Yeah, no worries. We're gonna get to the bottom of this notification thing. Thanks so much for checking, because I thought maybe it was just me that didn't get the notification, because I also am subscribed and have my notifications turned on to just make sure. So I was just wondering if that was me. I'm glad it's not just me. Alright, heading over these basalt pillows. Evidently a little bit of diffuse flow
Broken hearts.
going on here.
Pull in the
Lots of worms. crazy worm field. Alright, and Dr. Pete Gerges has taken a seat.
My happy place with the headphones.
I don't think that person.
Welcome aboard, Pete.
No.
How's it going? Whoa, sorry.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I am dandy.
Dandy. I love that. What were you saying the past couple of days? Above average? I'm glad you're dandy and not just above average.
Thank you much.
Can you introduce yourselves while I do a little mic check, please?
Absolutely. This, folks, is the 8 p.m. to midnight local time watch, and we are the Krillinet watch. Starting the back with the inestimable, unequaled Mr. Philip.
Inestimable.
Inestimable. Is his mic on?
Bill is ready for his
Hi everybody. I'm Phil. Phil Yang. I'm a PhD student from the University of Rhode Island Graduate School of Oceanography. And I'm here on this cruise on Falcor 2. That's TOO. And I'm on watch as a data logger while we do some biological, geological, chemical sampling of the sea floor here at the Galapagos, at the Western Galapagos Spreading Center. Yeah,
Thank you.
here for all questions.
Next on our watch team is the all-powerful, omniscient JC. Ms. JC.
Hello. I'm data logger 1, Philip's data logger 2.
I didn't
Just
even
putting
know
that
that. I didn't even know that.
Short.
Both equally important jobs. And right now we're transiting to look for some sites to do some IGTs.
What does IGT stand for?
Isobaric gas tight. Right? Yes. I'm not on the fluid sampling team.
And in the pilot's position, we have Chris and Mike, and we're here with the amazing Sophia, and Dr. Jill McDermott, I believe, is here as well, and she's co-chief scientist of this expedition and collecting high-temperature fluids for the first such analysis of the venting waters coming out here at Galapagos. This vent field is called Navidad. We have a few more hours here of wrapping up some geology and microbiology sampling. We're here hanging out. We welcome your questions. If you have any that come to mind, let us know. Write them in the chat, and the amazing Sophia will tend to them and toss them into the room, metaphorically speaking.
I'll toss them literally like this.
I guess that is sensors on.
Are the lasers on?
Lasers on, please.
They are now.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, I think we're getting close.
I think it was the region between muscles 1 and
Yeah, we were just right there. It's literally this mound somewhere.
I sort of recall it was on the other side of the chimlet or right up here, but well, is that? I can't tell if that's shimmering or not.
don't see it yet. Pretty bright white orange.
Yeah, exactly.
This is wormy.
Yeah, it's definitely wormy.
Tour around here.
And Jill or Chris, you're confident it's on this side of the structure we just saw?
Looks good. Map.
I have zero confidence in
All right.
it, but I know we're in the general region. It could be south of the channel.
There's the north side. Then we're facing reciprocal for this.
All right, so they're the pagodas,
Yes.
and they are, if I recall, just above them. I could be wrong, but
Hot cracks. Yeah, there's little pagodas.
Okay, so we were at the one at the top of the screen just a second ago.
Yeah.
And then right here.
Pete, if you have a moment, we have a good question in the chat asking whether there's a difference in animal community distribution you've seen in and around the various events we've been to so far.
yep, indeed. And I'm going to wait until we set up here to collect the fusels. I think that's right, Jill. I think that was it.
Yeah, this looks like.
Yeah, see, it's right up there.
The muscle patch.
Here,
Yeah, right here.
A little higher.
here,
Yep,
yeah. You see where it's busy right here?
it's shimmering.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we move in there and just take a visual look first?
Around this side.
Yeah, and
See it cracked and it's
There is something hot.
something was right down there.
Where, right here?
I thought so,
Yeah.
yeah. And I think it was warm over somewhere on this side, but that's what, I think you're right. Sorry, don't mean to yell in the mic here, folks. We're just excited
It's like
about this water sample.
Set down and zoom in on cracks.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll get to the question posed by our viewer about the different animals in just a moment. I'm curious, for those of you who join us frequently, if you know who these worms are, please share with us.
That rock right in front of us. There's a rock right here.
Sample vessels.
Yeah. If we go down the hill, that rock's right there.
no, all closed.
Sort of landing more on the
Other
vent
side.
system.
Yeah, so I was thinking, so I see Chris setting up his basket in front of the,
Come this way, but it's gonna make that rock right
Unfortunate
there.
rock
I
right there.
noticed there was a
Yep.
little bit.
I think this is how you set up last time, Chris. You kind of you're sort of rotating the vehicle and setting up facing, I think, this. So I think you were like right over here, I think.
It looks pretty shimmery to the left.
See that? There's this little,
Yeah, that little bit there, I thought there was something over there.
and then another one
We
there.
tested that, didn't we?
We
Yeah,
did.
we checked some.
Yeah.
And that sat at 40. That's where our little crab friend was hanging out, I think.
Yeah.
Jill, is this what you had in mind?
Yeah.
Yeah, or
I mean,
yeah,
yes. Although we did check some already.
yeah.
I'm just trying to look
See if
from
it's
different
hotter.
angles to
Mhm.
see if it's very subtle, right? Like
Yeah.
this is
Yeah,
right
yeah, yeah.
here.
Yeah,
I don't know if we've checked that yet. I remember we checked this one yesterday.
I agree. Yeah, and then we did one off to the side. I don't think we did up there.
We checked this one, but I don't think we did this one.
I think you're right.
What's that?
This was exactly the place we looked at.
Okay.
Wherever the white seating is really
Yep.
Slight
bright.
from some kind of-
Yep.
That looks more shimmery than here.
There we go.
Tested this, but I think it was that hole
Yeah.
up there, I think. Wasn't-
Alright, so you're saying I guess they tested it before and it's not very hot.
So Jill's looking for a diffuse flow. Here we
I'm
go.
looking for a diffuse flow, so I'm expecting it to be not too hot, but so I think we checked this one yesterday and got about 16 degrees, if I remember right. This one we haven't checked yet.
Okay,
That looks more shimmery, so it could be hotter.
try that one.
I'm not sure if we want to move the vehicle to look at it from this direction,
We can do that.
so we can see the geometry of the crack.
Okay, so while the pilots are getting set up to make a minor adjustment, animals. So compared to the other vents, here we have seen a few things that we didn't see as many of as the other vents. I mean, there's an awful lot of these serpulid worms, saw a few subellid worms. You can see that there are mussels, but if you just take a look at the way they're distributed, they're along these really narrow cracks and fissures. And back at Pinguinos, I believe we saw a mussel bed, a more expansive mussel bed. Mussels are chemosymbiotic with sulfide oxidizing bacteria, so they're looking for sulfidic fluids to feed those bacteria. I believe mussels can supplement their nutrition by filter feeding as well. So when we see mussels like this, and we see that they're rather large, and we see that they're rather patchy, we start to wonder if this is just sort of the remnants of a more vibrant community, and they're hanging on. It doesn't mean they're doing badly, but it's very different than a mussel bed, where you have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of mussels. And you can see that if you were to type something like East Pacific Rise Vent Mussel Bed, you'd be able to see those, the kinds of beds I'm talking about. So the mussels at this site are less abundant than other sites. The number of basaltic rocks like this that have all sorts of serpulid worms on them is really impressive, and they're eating something, so kind of tells us a little bit about the fact that the venting is probably producing microbial particulates. You can kind of see it here, and they're filter feeding off that. Yeah. Oh, that looks nice. Look, there's a little Riftia, by the way, a tiny baby Riftia in the view. Very well, yeah, and the other one is up there. Yep, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Riftia, that's Riftia number 1 of 2 in this little village.
I think we should probe in here. There's a crab inside, so it's not that hot.
Yeah. Actually, now I wonder if that's the one we did last time, but
How
who knows?
warm can a crab tolerate?
Probably about 30.
30?
Yeah.
Maybe they're both the same.
But I'd be surprised if it's that warm in there.
I don't think it's that warm in there.
That other one down there looks interesting, right? Does that look like it's more shimmery? I don't know.
This angle, yeah.
Right.
Should we probe it or keep looking?
What do you think?
I guess let's probe it. Let's measure the temperature.
So what the pilots are doing now is taking out what's called a high T probe or temperature probe. I'm going to take the temperature, literally, like you would put a thermometer under your tongue, of the water around here, and Dr. McDermott is really trying to find the kind of fluid that she's looking for, which is going to be diffuse. That means it's warmer, but she is looking for something that's different than what you see on a big sulfide chimney. So
Okay, so
it'll be a cool comparison.
just to confirm, which bit were you wanting to test first?
You go.
Do you in there where the crab is?
Yeah.
First, and then also just this one.
direction. Hammer. So that would be a clear view of the earth.
You mean like, oh, I was trying to maybe get it in from this angle so I'm clear of the rock, and still see that tip, but I'll let you know.
So if you can take the handle to the other side, to the left side. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll try and just a sec, see what probably can get it like this. I'm trying flipping it around. It's quite like open in there. Like,
Yeah.
Seems like it really is 14. That's good for that one. Thank you.
Anybody want to guess the temperature?
12, please.
What's that?
22.
22.
I was gonna say 20.
15.
Let's see, 13.6.
I love that precision. Commenters, what do we think the temperature is gonna be?
You said 10.
I said 10.
Oh.
So,
I said 12 something.
Oh.
It's also 15.
Ever so more than nothing.
What game is this?
So.
Right.
Oh.
Wanna go a little lower?
That's what I'm wondering, Jill. Do you, if the warm fluid is buoyant and rises, do you think there's a little lower in the crack there?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, that was a jellyfish.
We're checking.
Holding at 13 point.
Got some commenters saying 33, 17.
Oh yeah, we've got the run in the range here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
20.
This one's also
So it's cooler there. There's something shimmering in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. If we zoom out.
yeah. Crack with a crab in it.
It's coming from
A little bit lower, right?
there, yeah.
Yeah.
Check the corners. Yeah, I'll try to suffer that. There's gonna be a big rock right there. Right up.
You go up, I'll come up.
It's opening and closing his mouth. It is. extensively interested, but it would be good to also do some small flights around here, just to see if we see anything else that's white and stained like this. What do you think, Dr. Keith?
Yeah, that sounds great.
And we can also take a temperature on this one.
I'm gonna definitely guess 24.
On this one?
Yeah.
Nice and shimmery for this view.
Yeah, so one of our viewers commented, you might imagine it might be hottest on top. Yeah, I see where you're going with that. I do think that if you may, I don't know how easy it is for you all to see, but you know, shimmering looks like it's moving up through these cracks, and because the fluid's buoyant, you know, you might just find a warmer spot a little lower. Everything up above it was 14. So, you know, it's plausible. But I think this is, you know, just kind of guess and figure it out empirically. So this is at 9, 10, 12, 14, 15. Kind of holding at 15.5. How easy is it for you to get that? Yeah, there you go. A little bit lower into that crack down there. And then we'll do it what Jill was suggesting, if that makes sense. There we go. So that's colder.
The wrong way.
Yeah.
Pretty wild.
Just venting out the upper crack.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. And it was also 15.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
What do you want to do, Dr. Jill? You want to take a peek around?
I think we should do a little bit of slow flying
Okay.
at low altitude,
Yeah.
so we can look for other similar looking white
Yeah.
staining. Often the strongest flows have the strongest staining,
Yep.
and then anything that doesn't have staining isn't hot.
Right. And it also would make sense that there aren't a bunch of animals really crowded around it. I mean, because of the chemistry and the temperature. I mean, you kind of see it here. I mean, see the serpulids, there's a band where they stop.
There's no serpulids. So they obviously don't like that warm.
Yep.
Either the chemistry's wrong or the temperature's wrong.
Yep.
Or both.
Agreed. There was a little crack right under the port side ram that I thought might be neat to look into, if you all don't mind. Now, I may be imagining things, but I kind of thought I saw a riftia down there. So if you bring the rams in, fly the vehicle kind of back a little bit, and we'll just take a peek with the camera, but not too long. This isn't a big deal.
Riftia, not a big deal.
Well, you know, you've seen one riftia. Okay. Yeah, just gonna take a peek down in there. Mind if I zoom in?
Yeah.
Thank you much.
Right here.
I don't know if we can iris up at all. Ah,
Light flow.
As like you really.
do I have a focus?
You know, now you can go up a little bit.
Oh, that's not focus.
I can go up a little bit, it won't shake as much.
Can you focus, Chris, could you help me focus towards the back there? And then we should pick up and go.
A little bit.
Bring it back down. Right in the middle of the screen.
It's not just shake because it doesn't like to be that angle.
Yeah.
So I don't focus one.
Nope. All right. I think we're done.
There we go.
Yeah. Nope, not a riftia plume.
No shimmering.
Nope. Okay. I'm going to bring the camera away. It's all yours. Thank you much.
Keep your eyes peeled. This is pretty subtle.
Right, so we got this spot, and we're gonna try to find something like it, but maybe more, just more.
More of it. Although, if this is the hottest we find, we'll come back and come get this, but we'll give it another search.
But further up, there's still.
Yeah, we got a little bit more, but looks really cool in temperature. It's too many critters. I love it when the squat lobsters stand on top of rocks like that. I just think it's
So great. Look, there's a whole squad.
it's like everything the light touches is my kingdom. Yeah, I mean, you know, going back to this question of differences in animals. I mean, there's so I would say that there's clearly venting here. This kind of biomass is pretty rare to find on the seafloor if there isn't a chemical energy source, methane or sulfide or something like that. And we've sea venting. I mean, we just put eyes on it, and you can see mussels in these little cracks and fissures. The serpulid worms, many of them alive, not all of them, but you know, you can see some dead tubes, but plenty of live ones. So it's probably really diffuse. Now here's a dead mussel patch, so things have not gone well here.
There's some live ones up top though.
So that is also interesting. And I shouldn't say things have not gone well. I think that introduces a bias into how we think about this. At the end of the day, sorry, pretty. Oh my goodness, so cute. It's like, excuse me,
Looking at that.
coming through.
Lost looking at muscle in the sea there.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, buddy.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So when we talk about, you know, animals and evolution, we talk about, you know, their sort of fecundity or reproductive effort. We often talk about their fitness, right, which is how roughly how well they do or how successful they are. And for animals, really, it's their reproductive output and offspring is really kind of is primary, right? That's how you pass your genes down. Do you see a riftia? Where?
It's just went out a few lines.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
I see a little red. Oh, you got it. Good eyes. Yeah. Super good eyes. Dr. Jill for the win.
Did you see the one on the right there?
There's just a tube, yeah?
Oh,
Here?
No, right there.
wait, that's a
Oh
big,
wow.
that's a big one.
Where?
Right here. Is that a riftia?
Oh, here. There's
Oh,
one.
yeah.
Oh yeah, there's another
There's
one.
one there.
Yeah.
There's one.
All right.
I noticed it because there's a crack here as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
So that's definitely going to be below 35.
That's not. It doesn't look like it's shimmering much, but.
Nope.
Then I saw
It's
the
really
rift
pretty.
here, which I thought was
Very pretty.
interesting.
One little worm.
That is just. I mean, this is still so bizarre for me, having worked on the EPR and Guaymas. I mean, where you just like riftias, just like
How do you only have
Fields.
these solo riftias?
such a good question, right?
Yeah, we don't have to probe this one. It doesn't look hot
Yeah,
enough.
exactly.
It was
We
still
can keep
interesting
going.
to see the worm.
yeah, let's keep it going on our survey. But the yeah, so for the mussels, a lot of these organisms at very ephemeral sites like this, they grow relatively fast, and they put a lot of their energy into gametes, to making sperm and egg and releasing gobs of it into the water, and that's the key to their success. They're the equivalent of weeds, right? They're weedy species. They grow fast, live hard, die young. And so when we see these mussel shells, it's nice to think that they likely had plenty of reproductive effort. Mussels do live for a number of years, and then this is just probably, and the shells persist, right? So who knows how long this has been like that. Riftia are a little more tricky. They need a really particular set of chemical conditions. They have to be in a flow. If there is no flow, they do not. Clams, for example, do pretty well where there isn't a big flow, because they've got this big gnarly foot that they can stick into a crack or a fissure here and access the sulfide. They don't need it to be roiling up, but Riftia needs to be at this place where you've got good sulfidic water and good oxygenated water. So something about this site just doesn't work well for a bunch of Riftia.
A shimmery patch. Not particularly white, but it is shimmering.
Where's that?
Up to the top of the screen, top right. You see some shimmer?
Yeah, kind of in there. Yep,
Looks like it's maybe some.
just a tiny bit. But I'm not really sure if it's. Not sure how strong it is, or even if it's really shimmering.
Yeah. Let's get a little closer and look at it.
Oh, I love it when they do that. It's like watching prairie dogs all disappear into their burrows. So this, yeah, so Jill, this, I don't know how warm it is, but
What makes this site really tricky is there's low iron, so all the fluids are clear. The higher iron sites sometimes you get more smokiness.
Where was the check out exactly?
behind the big rock.
Where the mussels are, yeah, in the middle.
So there's mussels up there.
So is that Dr. Jill's about right here? Down in the back with the little white patches, or?
Yeah.
Harrison.
Yeah, one crack over there, bud.
Alright. Yeah, I'm not trying to decide if it'll come up this way or that way.
I think it's in there. Does that look right? Or what do you think, Chris? Well, I don't
No,
know.
I don't think it's in that one. I
No?
think it's higher,
Like up here?
up by where them. Yeah, not more. It's,
Let us know if it got that wrong.
But,
you see where the mussels are? Up higher.
yeah, but it's looking at this rock right here. Yeah.
Get down a little bit.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like, definitely shimmer something between those two rocks, but
Position it on the side. We want to get up and sit on top of that rock, Jimmy.
so I mean, our two options are we can try to come inside that rock and try to go to the top where the mussels are, where we think we, the source of the strongest, warmest or whatever.
What's the heat tolerance for mussels, Pete?
I don't know that we have a definitive answer. But I do think it's also in the 30s.
That way we can get to both spots.
There are about 3 groups worldwide that study live animals, and about 2 of us that do it at pressure on a frequent basis. And that's what I was wondering, right? But you're looking up there. Yeah, I think you're right, Joe. Also a bit of shimmer up top. But I mean, it seems a little cooler to me, but
It doesn't look as vigorous as the other spot.
yeah, you would agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You want us to move around a bit?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, let's keep looking.
Yeah, let's keep going. Thank you.
Thank you. Good talk. Good habitat for mussels.
Keep on a little bit. What's that? No, it's not attractive. No.
I wonder if the heat works.
Yeah.
And how often?
Yeah.
How close are you to the mussels point? Go back over toward where the live mussels.
To the left.
It looks like someone wants to know what body of water we're in, and no, that is not a stupid question. Why would it? You know, underwater, it all kind of looks a lot alike. Totally fair question. So we are in the Pacific Ocean. We are in what people call the Eastern Pacific, and that means if you were to look at a map with the Pacific Ocean in front of you, it's the eastern side, just like we call the Eastern United States, right? Just like that same nomenclature. So the Eastern Pacific is on the western edge of North, Central, and South America. We are off the Galapagos Islands. We're near the Galapagos Islands, and we're outside of the reserve, the hydrothermal vent site called Navidad. Hope that answers your question. Send more, folks. We are here for you. Send us your questions if you would like.
What's breaking the mussels open?
Me usually.
Nice.
What's that?
What's breaking the mussels up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that is a good question. I'm not sure there's a definitive answer. I don't think it's these Galatheid crabs, the little squat lobsters.
Yeah.
I am not totally convinced it's the big cyanogrea or bithagrea. I really don't know. It could be weathering. It's hard to know.
When they die, do you think they release like their
They release, in other words, they release.
Just release when they die on their own? Do they ever open without being opened?
Yes. So the muscles relax and the valves will open. The shell also has a layer of tissue on it called the periostracum, and that I'm sure gets degraded away by microbes leaving the calcified shell that likely starts to dissolve a bit and become brittle.
We're kind of out of the wormy zone.
It's more just rocks here.
Yeah.
Let's move closer back toward the chimney again.
Alright.
Dr.
Do
J-
you see any more fluid flow on the approach?
Yeah, I was going to say, Dr. Jill, I mean, I don't know that we looked to the left of the site we started. I don't even know that we looked up.
Right, correct.
We went right.
Yeah, let's go look to the left of where we started.
Alrighty.
That was a good survey.
All right, so while we're hauling over to where we started, I have a question for all of you tuning in. You've been watching us use this temperature probe, which is about how long is it? It's about half a meter or a little bit more?
The probe?
No, it's a little bit more, isn't it? So it's about 20,
centimeters or something.
yeah, like 30 to 40 centimeters, something like that. So a little more than a foot, right?
Yeah.
So if we call it a foot and a half, we'll say 45 centimeters. And the pilots use this to take, a temperature at a really precise point. Why don't we use an infrared heat gun? Right? Some of you may have seen these in your shop, and maybe you have one at home, but you point it at something, little laser dot. You point it right at something you want, and it tells you the temperature. Why don't we use a heat gun here on the seafloor to measure temperature?
It's nailed on the it's nailed on the map. What marker down here?
Hmm?
I don't think this is on our map as far as a lot of the mussels.
Oh, I see what you're saying. There's a whole bunch of mussels.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are.
Do you want to drop a mussel waypoint?
Sure.
Do we have previous mussel waypoints?
Yeah.
From this dive?
One.
Okay, stand by. I need to record a waypoint.
Mussels. One. Is the 1.1.
Did you have to look for
Fisher, dead clams, lander.
Marker.
Alright, cool.
All right, well,
So one.
previous watch leads, I don't have a mussel thing here, but you're saying we have a mussel.
Yeah, we've got mussels one. Well, that's where we were.
Yeah,
Mussels
muscle one is just
mussels
around the
one.
corner.
Why don't we call this mussels 2?
That'll work.
Yeah, there's more.
It's a lot of them.
Out of
Did-
another site. This is
did-
more than the other site.
Yeah, it does.
Mike, did you drop it already or
Yeah,
no?
it's dropped.
All right, roger that. Mussels 2 it is.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say it was pretty healthy looking. Small to medium patch. Of mussels, and it was to the quote unquote right of the pagodas.
Yeah.
Well, to the north.
Well, to the right if you are circling around this feature.
Yeah, so to the right of the pagodas if you're facing them, and it's to the north, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I am not sure about the shimmery things that keep catching your eye.
Right there.
So please
Right in front of us.
chime in, friend, when you see him again.
Right here?
In front of us.
In there.
You want to try that?
Yeah, let's give that a pro. Please.
There's also more down at the
Yeah, there is.
right there as well.
And then right in front of us.
So, did we have him
There.
back where we were before? Is this a different?
Different place.
What's our heading? 339. That's
Okay, so we're setting up, take some temperatures here.
That's awesome.
That's kind of fuzzy.
So the answer to your question about infrared is that much of the infrared light is absorbed. It's intensely absorbed by OH bonds in water, so it does not penetrate water very well at all. So if you wanted to make an infrared thermometer to use underwater, I bet you could, and I bet it would look just like this heat flow probe, and you could only measure it at the tip, which begs the question, why not use a heat flow probe,
Where do you think it's coming from?
which is a really proven technology, and it works really, really, really well. It has a platinum thermistor at the
Right where
tip
the,
that changes its
right where the
resistivity
laser
in
is
response
at?
to heat. So
Like it's a change.
you're in front of it still. It's not doing much. The 3. There's a whole bunch of shimmer like right there.
good night, has deep. Oh, I see. The question about the shimmery things. We were talking, and I said if you've seen one, you've seen them all. I was talking about the giant hydrothermal vent tube worm Riftia, spelled R-I-F-T-I-A, Riftia pachyptala. I was just being a little cheeky. They are really dominant at some hydrothermal vents on the East Pacific Rise. We really expected them to be dominant here, and we have just seen 2 or 3 little ones. Well, that's interesting down there. I don't know if...
A little warm.
Jill, what do you think?
I actually think,
Up here? No, what do you
yeah.
think? You pick.
See where there's like, well, one thing that's different here is there's fuzzy bacteria.
Yeah.
And then down in here, there's not.
Yeah.
There's not as much here.
I don't know. I wonder if the fuzzy one's warmer.
Do you think they're warm?
I don't. I mean, it could be like. So the fuzz.
this area?
Yeah, the fuzz will like live up to 60,
Oh, really?
something like that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But it depends on what the fuzz is. I'm kind of just guessing here. But microbes are, able to
This
live.
seems like it's venting down here.
All right, let's
probe
bet
up
a
here
coffee.
first.
Which one do you think's warmer? The fuzzy? Your money's on the not fuzzy, right?
Not fuzzy.
Okay,
You think
cup
the
of coffee.
fuzzy's warmer?
Yeah,
I bet you a cup of
I'll take that bet.
Yeah, okay.
A cup of coffee when we get into port, a cup of coffee like going to
Oh no, up at the galley. I'm not.
I have I can make an iced chai for the winter.
What's that, buddy?
I make an iced chai for the winter.
Oh my goodness,
Put
that
skin
sounds
in, put
amazing.
skin
A nice chai.
Fuzzy's not looking good yet.
No, I think I think I've chosen poorly. It is half a degree above ambient.
Seal that right there. It's just finding the source of that.
Yeah.
I think
Oh.
there's more below where we are just now.
Well,
I think there's more below and to the right.
yeah. Wah wah.
But below-
Jill, you want to point out your?
Ask us if you've ever lost an iced chai.
That does sound pretty good.
Sounds delicious.
So, what do you think, Jill?
I think down in here. When we set up, it looked pretty shimmery.
Yeah. Mike, you following?
Your watch is gonna
This
be-
is your first. You only get one.
I only get one
point. Yeah,
probe.
yeah.
Oh, man. Look for
If you look at this
this crack.
right there, definitely something in front
Here?
of. Well, just how it's coming in front of that shell there.
Yeah.
But now the source, that's
That's the question.
yeah.
Yeah. be like-
There's no way it could be lower than what I picked. So you win anyway. I am curious to see what
I
we
haven't
get.
won yet. It's 2.05.
Oh my gosh, that would be amazing if it were lower. Oh, is it up to, oh, no, I think you took it. If you hit 3, you took it. Oh, wait a minute, this is, oh yeah, no, you got it, you got it. All
Definitely up there.
right, so let's see.
7. Okay.
Yeah, might as well.
We have 9. 9. Tricky.
9.3.
This is interesting. It must just be a pile of pillows.
That's, yeah, right?
Not a lot of condiments.
Philip, you got a spot you think? You get a fishy feeling?
Yeah.
Oh, we
You
can,
want to win a chai?
No.
you can,
No.
What now, come on.
All right.
JC,
Oh, that one?
Oh, what about over
you
here?
got a spot you wanna, this is competition?
Yeah.
Oh.
The high spot.
Where?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to tell Mike where to put the probe, and then whoever you have to beat right now, it's only like 4 degrees, so.
Mine was 9.
9 degrees, sorry, 9 degrees.
Used to be.
I mean, I'm not sure where else we would go.
They can be down here.
What about in that little triangle or right there?
The one to the left?
Yeah.
Right there?
I don't have good hopes about it, but it's close.
There's something like right in front of us, I think.
Yeah. Like right in there.
It looks like it's, is it below the arm?
Yeah, maybe, I think we should halt back a little bit more.
Okay.
There's the
Not seeing a whole lot here. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, it's worked.
So there's definitely shimmy water over here in the left,
Afterwards.
but nothing
Sometimes
like
just X average, just locks it straight away.
impressive.
Sometimes that stops it from doing that, but not all the time. So what happens, sometimes when it's all the way out, it tends to do it more. It's either just with a weight or whatever, so it's like ITPs, you have the weight all the way out, so obviously it's like more strain on the arm, and the further out you go. I don't know if it's maybe something we do with the resolvers as well, so it only happens in certain positions.
I think it's the bypass.
Just passing it away.
Yeah.
So I
And just pushes a little harder when there's more strain, so.
heavier. Sometimes it comes up away.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just cruise down. It's weird.
Alright, so the muscles are probably right below us. Go down to verify that and then. There. Alright, so then this is what we said at the very beginning. So we can go to the left and see.
Did we?
Where
Were we right or left of this?
we were to the left side.
To
of
the
the
left,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, we were like right here.
Okay.
Then we can continue on to the left to see. So that was the rock that was going to be a pain.
Did we look at this one yet?
Shimlin one markers just behind geology reports. Just
Roger. Yeah, so
yeah, that's original rock.
Okay.
yeah, this is and this is what we were looking when we first came out.
Yeah, we've looked at this.
Yeah.
That's the one we've looked at.
Yes, this is where we started. So I was going to
How
continue
about over to the
and
left?
see. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I think I
Alright.
just saw something over there. Yeah. Yeah, this crack.
So many worms.
This is where we got the 15.5.
Remember that? 2398. For that. 2398.
Can you come up a little bit and let's just put eyes on this?
So, wiggly and much. That problem.
Right, all the worms are really thick, yeah.
They're really lush. That's crazy.
And wherever there's no worms, is that where it's melting?
I do not know.
Here.
It's so crazy.
Right? Look at these beautiful thick worms.
Yeah,
There's
it's
no
they-
worms.
Yeah.
Suspicious?
It is suspicious.
Worm thing again.
I mean, do you see shimmering? I see a little. I see another
There's a
riftia.
rift, yeah, right there.
Is it
Yeah.
that?
Oh, and there's more. 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
It's a big one.
It's a big rift.
Oh God.
Yeah, these are venting.
And yeah. No, they definitely are. Definitely are. And then there's a little crack there, right?
So here.
Yep. And there's no one living there.
Looks pretty. Yeah, wait, what is this?
There's more than 50 of them.
And that, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I don't know what's that big white.
Oh, in there? Is that a crab?
What is that? False crab.
It's a boss crab. That looks like old tubes.
It looks like an old riftia too.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Ooh, looks
Pretty
hot
sure.
there.
Pretty sure.
That looks like a hot spot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks
Let's
like a
probe
good
that
one.
Alright. Oh yeah, I can definitely see that.
That one right there.
Wow, that's a fat rift. Yeah.
This spot looks really
That is a normal riftia.
That's a normal rift.
Oh
That's how
yeah.
big they usually
Oh.
are. I mean, that's like a
Yeah, the riptide we were seeing in the last
First one I've seen.
I'm excited about this.
cruise were like
Sorry,
2.5, 3 meters long with the tubes.
I like these fish too.
All right, I want to try to earn a chai here. So I'm not even gonna pick a number. My money is that this down here is warmer than up here.
Which one?
Underneath the
That's
riftia
warmer?
is warmer than in there. You gonna take that bet or no?
Am I gonna take it?
No, not you.
Under the riftia is gonna be warmer than that top crab.
Yeah,
I'll wait for
sure.
confirmation of the bets.
I might be making chai soon.
All right, I'll take you up on it.
All right.
I think that upper crab's warmer.
All right.
Okay.
What happened to these guys? They look like they got chopped up.
So while Mike is setting up to take a temperature, you can. This is definitely a dead riftia tube. You'll notice that there is no riftia on the inside. They're very likely eaten by crabs and also microbial degradation.
That little crack above it.
The tubes of
next to the anemone.
So, yeah, with this riptide too, sort of.
Yeah.
I'm wanting to get you closer, but it's gonna be tough go.
Okay, temperature is rising. 4, 6.
Sorry, mate.
There's a crab in there.
8, 9. Oh, there's the crab back there.
8, dropping.
The crab is fighting you, dude.
Well, it's
He's attacking you.
Is it black?
You-
Oh, get off. Get off there. He's coming. Whoa.
Square it up.
Is that
Behind
big one?
Behind you.
I wonder if the crab is eating this one.
It's possible, Phil. So it's cool. So it's telling me it's not deep in that crevice.
What's this in your job description? Temperature.
Well, so far, I'm thinking the crab's got you on points. Much more active.
Play defensive.
Much more active.
Right, so you keep prodding around this area or go for a.
I think Dr. Jill had a particular idea right above this one, Jill, right behind the manip.
Yep. So there's a
He's like,
This one?
yes, right there.
Here's hoping that one is a good one because it's so clean to sample.
It is. It's,
Yeah.
there
I
is-
need to crawl in there a little bit more for you.
I think I'm in there.
No.
All right.
Hold on.
Coming up. 6, 7.
8.6.
9.
All the way back there.
Probably got a little bit more in.
12. 3. 12.45. 74. 89. Going up.
Mm-hmm.
One. Try as good as the
I think the handle's hitting now.
Yep.
Yeah. Or below.
Yeah, now that the crab's gone somewhere else.
6 was a high right there.
Yep. Nice job there, Dances with Crap.
Right.
Poor crab.
I think the crab won that fight though.
I saw.
Yeah.
How is it? Oh,
Hold on, before you go in.
This was like, all right, that's the temperature sensor done.
Before you go in there, the list is there.
Yeah.
Left a little bit, you think, or you can get it in there?
Where do you want to go next on it?
Move the. Alright, watch the camera.
Left of the anemone.
Yeah, like that hole. It's easier to see from the top. That hole right there.
In there?
Yep.
Off? Okay.
Just below the anemone. So like straight down from there.
I mean,
Going up.
Somewhere here.
10.
Going up. Oh, we got a rock.
Yeah, we're going there, I think.
Any chance you can bring the probe tip down a bit? Like that. Yep. Because you hit something warmer.
I think that's pro bottoming out there.
There you go. 9, 10. $11. It's like you're holding around 11.
I guess we'll go back for the 16th grade.
Okay, so the hydrogen found, is to the right, so you come off and come to the right, but we were coming to the left to see if anything looked promising. So we were at where it was, we came to the left and up like that, so we were just like that direction. It's muscles 1. What was the air? Was it 23 what?
The
Yeah, it's down like another meter or so, and then to the right.
I was the wrong guy for my test.
1172.
There's another cloud trying to attack us. Really?
2, 3. Do it. Do it.
Oh, your pockets.
Do it. Done. Animal. Fine. Had enough of that crap. Time to get out. Alright. Look. So who's the winner?
So far, I have to say it's me.
Yeah, pretty much hands down.
This keyboard.
And Dr. Jill won herself a chai, and I think I won myself dishes or something.
You're gonna wash the chai cup.
I'm gonna wash the chai cup. That was perfect.
Still want to probe in here?
Should we go back to the 16, Dr. Pete? Or you wanna-
I mean, it's your call. I guess I'm sort of feeling that these are all pretty close in temperature.
I think this is all the same fluid.
Yeah. So I mean, does that work for you though?
Yeah. I'm curious to see if the hydrogen's gone. I think it will be. It tells us something about what the symbionts are doing.
That's true. That is true.
And I'm also curious to see if the method has changed.
Yeah.
And I think I'll see that in 16 degrees.
Yeah. Right. Actually, it is a really neat question because we don't know how big the reaction zone is, and you could have a really big, moderate temperature reaction zone that would have stripped that fluid of a lot.
Yeah. I'm guessing that the hydrogen's going to be gone
Yeah.
in this fluid. So,
And if it's not, that's equally interesting.
correct.
Because with my bio hat on, it implies that they've got hydrogen, but something else isn't available. And it could be oxygen, it could be a nitrogen source, it could be iron, yeah. Cool.
So, yeah, let's do that.
All right,
So it's just to the right of where we are now.
understood. Hey Doug, hey Tyler, welcome. So we'll stow the T-probe, and we'll be picking up and heading back just to the right to near the little pagodas, which has a mussel patch near them.
I think it's really just like 1 meter to the right.
100% agreed, it is super close.
Is that where the 15 Celsius group was?
Yes. That makes sense.
Well, that's an interesting question for Dr. Jill, if you're up for it, but is there hydrothermal activity associated with the Megamulian Oceanic Core Complex somewhere in the Western Galapagos Spreading Center?
Not that I'm aware of.
I don't know if y'all heard that, but Dr. Jill said not that she's aware of.
Kind of boat up in there. Now you don't really have a grip of it. You pull the porch back so you can see what you're doing there. No, it can't because it's all the way in. I should have brought it out some. That's why you were having such difficulty. Sorry about that. Can you reach that? You're gonna have to back up. What's that? Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to back up here, Tyler. So just a second. Back up. Okay, let's try that.
Right.
Give me some breathing room there. Might need to come in just a little bit, kick your wrist out. There you go. Press it like that. Don't let it up.
Yeah, oh yeah, those are nice.
Rock with the camera or anything.
Let me go try to get a little.
Feel a little bit more. Might help you out a bit. There you go.
Yeah, I think.
All right.
Yeah, Dr. Jill, our resident geochemist and co-chief scientist, is spotting more riftia than the biologists in the room.
Give you a fighting chance.
So we've got about maybe 6 in this area. If you see if you can spot their red fuzzy plumes. There's 3 right in front of you. See if you can see a few more.
It's kind of hooked underneath there. It looks like. You might just have to put it away like that. You can come out some more if you need me to. I'm feeling cramped. There, give you some contrast. Well, that's gonna be a bear to get back in. Might be alright. For now. You could, yeah, just try and spin it out real quick if you can. Without destroying Ben's box. This looks like it's already taken quite a bit of abuse. Can't tell if it's pulling it this way or what. Anything.
need to show, right, just with your, attachment, right? Just a touch. So you got a little bit of fun. Yeah, if you have to let it go, let it go. That's alright. Grab it if we need it. Okay. Alright, Portuguese.
No, I was kidding.
Alright. Next spot.
To the right?
To the right. Let me know if anything looks familiar. I can see where you guys were.
Yeah, I'll yell out when I see it. He goes to the right and back. A little more to the right. I think that's it. Yeah.
Where?
It's a little. Could we turn up the hires? Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Is these like a little point? What's that?
The point, but it's out of the camera now.
Down below.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm
think
trying to
it's-
deal with
I think it's
other
right
issues.
down.
Yeah, that is correct.
Right down over here. So if you put some eagle eyes in this room. Here's the one of the cracks.
Yep.
And then we had measured
Well,
that one.
We did. Was it? I feel like it was up
Was
here.
it this one?
Yeah, I feel like it was up there somewhere.
I think we had actually moved to look at it
Correct.
from this angle.
Correct.
Right.
Actually, that's the one.
We actually had the heading.
I
right
think
there.
it's that one. And
The
I.
heading of 340.
Yep.
Okay.
We want a heading of 340, but we want to be a little more to the left so that we're looking kind of in this direction with this in the center.
Yeah. There you go.
And then a little more, we are on 340 now, but let's swing a little more toward the port. Thank you. And that was the crack that we got 15 and a half on right here. So we're going to set up to sample this crack so we have a good clear view of it.
Yeah, put the porch out for this.
Thank you.
Otherwise. Probably have to do the sampling with the port on. But I gotta see if I can get the porch out too, because you're gonna need it out. That's-
So for our online viewers, we're setting up to take an IGT sample. Jill, did we ever take the temperature of this thing up on top?
The topmost part? No. I just saw it though. Yeah.
It's probably gonna be 15.
It's probably going to be 50.
Yeah.
Should we try to swing around a little more?
That's
so
your
that
call.
we can see the source? Right up here, you mean?
That's what I was wondering, yeah. I don't know. The first one seems more vigorous
I
though,
think
right?
this one's more vigorous.
Yeah, I think you're
let's just go for this one.
Yep.
We might want to come over a little more. 'Cause
Sorry.
It's easier to see where the fluid's coming out of. A little more over to port. Yeah, like that. Perfect. Yeah, just like that.
I think there's a crab in there.
Okay. This rock, I'm just kind of teetering on that. That's it. Right. So,
To our viewers online, the Mandanya Rift would be amazing. I would love to learn more about it. That sounds fantastic.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to grab it with the board. Yeah.
Could you also power on port IGT?
Sure. Bird's on, starboard's off.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And so you can bring that porch in. So you got some working room.
Still good on this one.
Okay, that should give you some pretty decent working room there. Go. Just follow you. It looks like all your cables is coiled up over there, so. Jaw is locked, yes. If you spin it the other way, you might drop that off there, wherever it's hanging up on. There you go. Beauty. And I think we're going right down in that crack. Right there. So it's going to be right there. And I'm going to bring the camera out so I can get a better view. Open this porch in just a touch more. So we can get it out of your view.
You decide. I mean,
You guys, do you mind? Can you reach this too?
I think so. Yeah.
Can we use the T-probe
Try.
on the IGT just to check it?
Yeah, sure.
And if it's not hotter than 15.5, we're gonna go
Okay.
for there.
See where you're at there, Tyler, and me. That's it. Yeah, you should be able to reach that, I think.
Try to get it into the dark parts of the crack. Where it's
Just trying to follow you with camera views here, bud, so you let me know what you need. A little bit more though, see if we don't mark that.
okay, Jill, we're getting closer.
Mm-hmm.
Zoom
We're still
for
in
you.
yet. I'll let you know.
How's that? I can get closer, zoom, I'm just trying to let you see what the tools do.
There you go. It's looking pretty close, Jill.
Just stick it in there.
There you go.
We're at 6 right now. 7. 8. 9.
There you go.
There we go. We're at 10.
You can come to your left just a touch and get it. Might be touching
Still
the rock.
climbing.
Oh, yeah, you see what I mean? Might need to come out just a touch more. There you go.
10.8.
Touching the back there too.
9.7.
How about that?
That is a little cooler, 9.8.
Okay.
The highest one I got was 10.9. So far. Okay, that's about 7, 7.9.
Okay.
Coming up, 8. Up, going down, 7.2.
I wonder if there's a wrist rotate that might be useful here. I don't know, Doug
5 point,
and Tyler.
5.3.
Right, yeah, that wrist rotate. I want it just a touch like towards the back there a little bit. Yeah, like that. A little bit more. Right down there. Can't see it. Yeah, let's try zooming in with the so maybe I can see where you're at with that.
coming up there. 6.5, 7, 7.7, 8, 9.1, still rising. 9, 10. Still going up. 10.6. This is 10.3. Let's go for the crack that's lower down. Thank you. Can you point to it, Pete?
Yeah, absolutely. So, whenever you're ready, Tyler. We were poking around down in here, and some of it was cool and some of it was warm. So however you can set up so that you have your nozzle and you feel like you have a little bit of flexibility to move up and down along that, if that makes sense. Curious, guys, is there a way to wrist rotate a little bit more and approach it that way, or are you pretty much straight on?
It's pretty much straight line.
Got it.
Like right there, but of course the whole view is
Yeah.
clear once you get to that.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'm kind of wondering about that.
Possibly, yeah. Possibly.
Yeah, like that. Rotate.
All right, Chili's getting closer.
7.5, 7.8, 8.8, 9.6, 10.2,
Sorry about that, Tyler.
11,
It's too touchy.
12, going up, 12.2, 12.3, 12.2,
That's the best I can get you there.
okay, 12.3,
If you need to, you might need to wrist rotate counterclockwise like you're doing. As we left before. Inch. No. Keep sliding in that crack.
so this one is 10.6,
It's because the crab's fighting it.
10.7,
You're gonna be able to get it.
10.8, 11. Okay. 11.2. 11.1. 10.5.
That's what I was thinking,
Yeah.
exactly, yeah.
Down there?
Try and work your way back into the bottom of the crack. Like where close to where the laser
Right there. Yeah. Oh, the laser's a good
right
idea.
there.
Yeah, it's getting hotter.
Yeah.
11.4.
Just bring it down into there.
12.6, 12.3, 12.2, whoop, 12.5. Yep, 12.7. That's the hottest spot, 13.
Yeah. Right around there. You can go just a little
Right
deeper.
there, don't you think?
Just a little touch. Yeah.
There you go.
Right there.
Yeah.
Hold it
14.
there. Hold it there.
Hold it there.
Don't move.
Don't move.
Don't move.
Not even breathing. Okay.
Yeah, hold your breath.
3 minutes. just gotta
Are you
hold
locked?
3 minutes.
Locked in position?
Locking. That's it. We're locked.
Okay, you're locked?
We're locked
Okay.
in, yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna let it steady out. And I'll let you know.
Okay. While
Hold on a sec. Yeah, almost steady here. 15!
Yay.
Nice.
Woo!
now while Dr. Jill's doing that, should we drop a waypoint, Jill?
Yes, please.
And what are we going to call this one? I'm going to take a look. We're going to call it IGT.
Okay, I'm going to take, oh, hold on. I want to see if it goes up again.
It's IGT3, right?
Yeah. Okay, I'm sampling.
All right.
Okay, so sampling is commenced. So Jill, would you want to give it a name like I don't know, like diffuse flow or something, or do you want
Basalt
IGT?
crack.
Basalt crack?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll call it basalt crack 1.
Yeah.
Okay, basalt
Really
crack
rolls
1.
off the tongue.
Really does.
We have it labeled as IGT3. That's from something different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basalt crack 1.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thanks for the catch there, Doug. Thank you, Tyler. And this is where we took IGT 3.
It's very stable.
That's really neat, actually.
Actually, it's pretty interesting. Especially since we did so much probing and they're all the same temperature. This will be really cool paired to the supers.
Mm-hmm. Which reminds me, so Phil,
Yes.
in order to, to give you a chance to do some transects, let's kind of give this some thought for a minute. Let me take this off. So, one model that Jill and I were discussing earlier is we do the IGTs. It's a pretty easy location to find. And then we could right now head off and do transects.
Yeah.
And then give you a couple of options on how to do that. One is we could come up off bottom, head out 200 meters, and return this way. The other is we could just work here. Why would we waste time? Let's just head out 200 meters.
Yeah, I was thinking, because we went to mussels too.
Correct.
I was thinking we could do a transect from here to mussels 2 and past it. Come back to here and then do 190 degrees in some direction. I'm not.
If that works for Jill.
It'd be
Yes,
nice to-
that sounds like a nice idea.
Let's do that.
Then we can understand why there's 2 patches of muscles.
Yeah. All right, done. If our watch is still on by the time that's done, which is uncertain, unlikely, but then maybe we can set up to do one of the super samples.
Alright,
Oh, sorry, Jill. Go
Doug
ahead.
and Tyler, you can stow that sampler. That one's all done. Thank you very much.
Was the max T 15?
It was 15, yep,
Thank you, JC.
and very stable during sampling.
Cool. That'll be really
It was
nice.
a really nice sample.
At least you know it's uniform and not some wonky mix, right?
Yeah. It's good. That's truly what it was.
Yeah, I like pairing the transects with where we get IGTs. So.
Nice. Okay, great.
It's gonna be. This is the fluids that the mussels are.
Yeah.
You can see all the mussels right above it. This is what supports the mussels and also some of the small reef.
One of the reasons I was excited to have Andre to do some of the crack and pickle mussels is that you want to have the mussels out there. Some of the species that have been Atlantic and ones that use hydrogen. And to my knowledge, none of them out here take that. They all use sulfide. And it may well be that's the case. But this is just different enough from APR to really interesting to see.
So the one that EPR uses the hydrogen.
Awesome. Rifted for the first time. There's some of the most abundant genes that are expressed, a bunch of proteins, and they do not use hydrogen to support carbonization at all. So they just the fan. Put them in, and give them hydrogen, no carbon fixation. So far.
Lots of carbon.
So trying to understand what hydrogen's role is.
And the one other diffuse fluid we
Oh.
collect. Oh, thank you.
Awesome. I have to clean the cup, don't I?
No, yeah, you can do it. No, just bring it back. We went to slide it back first. Or maybe forward, I don't remember which back goes. But yeah, this is the transect.
Yeah, how do I think?
And yep.
Oh, that's cool. Wow, nice lid.
Thanks. Nice.
About going across from where we are and muscles too.
Really nice, rusty.
Scale.
No,
Okay.
Pretty simple. Christy just looks at the coffee bean and says, you are
Like 100, maybe like 10.
keep her looking at the size for this cruise.
Yeah, we got 10 meters.
I'm gonna need more pets for Christmas.
Nice fights.
And what about this to the edge, like where we 80? Yeah, does the multi-view go? Or would upper? Okay, so if we went 100, do to help you. Great. That's perfect. So if we went here to 100, and then left here, water would be this way. Just get it down and think of center. Alright. That works. Alright. I think we have a plan.
Excellent.
Because it's about 100 meters.
Yep.
Where, or to the edges of where the multi-beam
Yep.
and that would be really good to use too. So
Oh,
you can just
nice.
go to that edge.
Oh, that's a cool
one
idea.
way, and then the
And you got a nice
100 the other
symmetry
way.
too, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we know there's chimneys to the left.
Sweet.
We are, so there you go. Crossing all the way.
Well, that's a win-win.
Could we also power up starboard and power down port?
Sure.
Thank you. That's working. Starboard's at 7 degrees.
Twist.
muscles. Where were the muscles of the male and ridge collecting? That is when. That's a weird place.
I'm not very good with money in my eye. Like Easter egg. So I may have one did it. So where do the hydrogen rich way are sense?
That's when. That is when's a weird one for us. Yeah, it's high hydrogen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
last time.
I have a bunch of mass spec data that actually doesn't have a home. And I collected it and it's quite really nice and also selling it as basically. Very interesting. Just putting eyes on your level too.
That is what's in order. The clump of the paper. Wow, that. Lucky strike. That's the
That looks one of the Rachel work. So she did some articles and some guys that use going on it. I'm trying to stand up. Different pressure. How we calibrate the compressor. So thinking of doing that with some of these materials.
for the engines.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds cool. You should look at the same as the engines with different temperatures. But keep everything else constant.
So yeah, if those data are of interest to you, anything, yeah. I'm not sure if we're going to get back, just we all catch our breath, let's catch up with the USC. To any of the stuff that we've done out here, too, or, I know a bunch of your data is really exciting for Rachel and Jacob, and it's like we did with Jeff, where we would sort of take a bunch of the data, put it in this paper, or just wait till we publish them all, and just cite it.
Either way, I've published with Julie. And she, kind of carved out some of this data that was helpful to her. Or sometimes the fluid speaker comes out first.
Exactly.
Kind of just depends on what's ready.
Totally. Another thing, we talked about later is just one thing I wanted to do with Jim, but I think he was quite busy at the time, is just with Roxy's PNAS paper. Cited paper, not all the news rising book. But I wanted to sit down and actually write it and do a more meta-analysis of his data and fundamentals, which is another way that's like, you could be an author and you could just do this thing. And I actually don't think at the time, so it might be interesting to see if that fits in your schedule. It's really fun to talk about microbial physiology and diffuse flows. More abiotic processes in the same time.
Yeah, I find that very interesting too. Really cool. I go after reps. I make a lot of nice diffuse flow. Well, there's already, it's heating, so there's a lot of juniper's patches, especially to the fork itself. Not as many, well, obviously it's deep still. And then there's a lot, and some of element.
Yeah. That's pretty wild.
The YBW site has a lot of diffuse, and diffuse fluids are 10 times higher in hydrogen than the hot fluids.
That's cool. Good stuff.
Yeah, that was like, what? Did I get this backwards?
It's crazy.
That was all correct. I think I know what's going on.
Is it abiotic or biotic? I'm intrigued. I'll ask you at lunch tomorrow.
I'll tell you more.
Very neat.
Look at that. Nice job, Mr. Tyler.
Thanks. Pushing in. Just gonna keep an eye inside the torch real quick, just to make sure we don't get any tangles. Good. Alright. There we go. Nice. Just put it right back where you had it, just in the same spot. That's it. Just like that. Sit as well. Alright.
$13.9, 14. Coming up, 14.8, 15.3.
There you go.
There we go. Oh, 16.
Whoa.
What? 16.7,
Great.
17.
I want to hear it.
Yeah, let's lock it right there.
Alright, we're locking it in.
18. What?
Lock in.
Oh, that's bad news. 18.4.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, one of our viewers wished for an extensional 6.1 earthquake. I'm just kind of wondering if they have connections or something.
All right. You locked in?
It's locked.
All right. I'm going to sample.
Right on.
Cool.
Sampling.
You sitting at about 18 or 19, Jill?
It was 18.4.
Nice.
The max T so far.
Nice one.
Right now it's 17.8.
Work out.
Oh, that's really cool.
18.1.
That's right.
Literal and figurative kinks.
Right.
Ooh, 18.6.
You know, it's funny, earlier today when they were doing some ship maintenance, and you know, you get a little bit of sulfur smell. I find it interesting. What were you going to say, Doug?
Yes, the sulfur smell. It's wonderful.
The sulfur so I
Did you
find
get it in the middle of your sleep?
I did. It was
It's fantastic.
I find it interesting that anyone who's been through my lab liked it.
Oh my goodness.
And all the others folks did not. Although I don't know, Jill, where are you on the sulfur?
I was in mission control looking at vents. I thought I might have been hallucinating. I can smell them.
It's finally happened. Smell-o-vision.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that is beautiful.
Yeah, I don't mind the smell. It actually makes me hungry because
Yeah, Roxy calls it the smell of success. Oh my goodness.
all of my first cruises were Alvin cruises.
Oh,
and
okay.
so the whole lab would smell like that, but it was dinner time.
Of course,
So there's
of
like
course.
a Pavlovian response.
Right.
When I smell that smell, I get hungry. It's pretty messed up.
That is funny.
It's not exactly a nice smell.
Absolutely funny. Yeah, well, I do feel bad for those that you know are irritated by it. Sorry, Doug. It's kind of a harsh way
Wasn't
to wake up.
irritated by it. It just was very surprising. It woke me up for sure. I'm like,
Yes,
what is
like,
going
what
on?
is that?
I need to be alarmed. Nope, that's just the smell that happens every now and again.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah.
that is a That is the calm response of a seasoned sailor. I better wake up. Do I need to worry?
Yeah. So, do I need to get dressed right now and start heading to a muster station?
well, Jill's like, lunchtime. Oh man.
Okay. All right. That one is closed.
Brilliant.
Excellent.
Yay.
Thanks a lot. That one was at 18.4.
Okay.
As an access.
And we are still at Basalt Crack 1, so I'm just going to make a note here, a little ditto, Jill, that says we took IGT4 here.
Super. Thanks.
Yep. Alrighty. Easy peasy.
All right. Excellent. Check that off.
All right.
Check.
IGT.
What's up next? Transect?
Let's do transects. And these are at Basalt Crack 1.
Gotta be careful, more careful with that. I built signs. Right, that's the thick stuff too.
Okay. Done and done.
Might be able to set it in there with it. There we go, so you can put that.
All right.
That coil inside the box and keep spinning to counterclockwise. You have to car the corner there. Yeah, just lay it up in there later. Because I have to come up with Stop playing. Yeah, Mike. That's all right. We'll get it.
What time is it?
What should we call Phillips transect? We need an epic name.
Can we just call it Phillips Epic Transect?
Phillips epic transect.
In a world where Philip does nothing but transects, there was just one epic transect.
Eyes were fixed in location. Only look.
Are the
Take
lasers on?
name there.
Transect
Exactly.
Laser.
You can riff on the Hobbit and say there and back again. Not as funny.
There is an Eye of Mordor on the eastern spreading shelter.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Then west of Eye of Mordor.
Oh, okay.
The hydrothermal vents books. There you go. I don't know if you, I guess you might know, but in the back they have all this index of like all the names of
Yeah.
all the different vents.
Yeah.
You probably checked off like, you know, a good amount of those.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's some funny names though.
There are some funny.
I like the French one. What was the chimney?
Cheminée.
Chimney?
I love it.
Cheminée.
I love it.
Not bad. It's all inside there.
Yeah, the Eye of Mordor is on John's cruise
Alrighty.
list of sites.
I think that'll.
Have you seen the new Hobbit movies?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like them.
When I was a kid, I was terrified of Gollum.
Oh yeah.
I think there's a story of my older
Cable
brother.
took care
My
of
dad took
itself
him to
as well.
see it in theaters,
Bonus.
and
Bonus round.
my brother was crying so much that they had to leave.
No, awful. Well done.
The scariest.
Look at that.
Scene.
You make it look easy,
Is
Tyler.
when, like, played as one person. And it was like,
It's feeling was
just like a regular, regular.
Mm-hmm.
And this rat
All right.
Schmiegel. That's right.
Schmiegel.
Okay. Are you all ready for what's next? So I'm gonna let Mr. Phil come on up here and take over watching these.
Yeah, get in here, Phil.
Fill it up.
I will resume the position of Logger 2.
I have all the power.
As my first act as Logger 2, may I be excused for a cup of coffee?
Yes.
All right. All right, we can get folks going.
Okay.
That started just a little bit. Got it. All right, what do we got, bud?
All right, so first we want to fix the science cam full wide and to the tapes here. So we could put out the arms
See the tapes here.
and we want to put the arms basically at the tapes in the camera, so it's like the same angle.
Trying to understand what you're telling me.
So
The tapes.
Oh, the
the
tapes
tapes
are on
use
the
this
TV.
camera for the calibration of
Yeah,
where
we
to put
just-
the camera. Because it's the easiest place to do it. There's no other way or another similar way to do it. So just put both the arms out.
Oh, you're talking about the rams.
The anchors, yeah, sorry,
Okay.
sorry.
Sorry, when you're saying arms, I'm like, what are the
Yeah,
fuck
yeah,
got to do with anything?
Don't have a good
Yep.
So,
anchors. Okay.
So it's actually pretty close.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
move the science camera down just a tad.
yeah, go for it. So, set them up. Yeah.
Perfect, right there.
Want to go up a little higher? Is that good?
No, come back though. Come back a little actually. Perfect, right there. All right, yeah, that's good enough.
All right.
All right,
Then you bring the ram.
and yes, Ram's back in.
Hell yeah.
That's confusing. And now we're gonna do a biological transect from here toward muscles 2.
This little guy right up here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're gonna head and get a bearing for muscles 2 and then just go 100 meters that way.
And you want altitude.
Yeah, and altitude
How high?
keep around like 2 to 3 meters, if that's possible.
That would be challenging.
3 or
The
5.
way the terrain is going to dictate. I'll
Yeah.
have to come up, but I can't slam into rocks.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
So
I'm going uphill. There's going to be more altitude below me than there is in front of me.
yeah. Okay.
Just so I'm
Yeah,
just
that-
trying to make sure you understand.
Yeah, that's fine. So around 5 maybe.
All right, I'm trying to set it at 5.
Yeah. Basically, the key is just to keep the framing consistent. And we have lasers on.
Lasers are on.
Okay.
All right, so what's mine?
So except we'll go up to muscles 2, and then we're gonna continue straight out.
So yeah, a heading for muscles 2, and then from here we go 100 meters. So we're gonna go past muscles 2.
Oh, I see. So we're just gonna. He's
Yeah.
gonna set up so we see. Okay.
Yeah.
So we get there. Heading for muscles 2.
And speed around 0.2 to 0.3 meters per second. If that's possible. Should be good enough.
What was this speed again?
What?
What was this speed again?
0.2,
That's way.
0.2 to 0.3
Yeah,
meters
I'm
per
not real
second.
sure how to do that, so if you
No, I know.
tell me. No, I'm interested to understand that. I just don't know.
Hell yeah.
Oh, well,
It would
yeah.
be easy for me to just let the sub do the
Once we
work.
get to muscle 2, we're gonna go this
Oh,
direction for
what's the
it.
bearing?
So.
Yeah, you know, measurement there.
This is there.
Yes, so 3.
And 13 meters away at 150.
60. That's 60 meters.
So you go past that. ended up doing was the
Right, so if you create a
waypoints.
waypoint,
Yeah.
we're doing it from here, from there.
Ooh, okay, so
It's gonna get us from waypoint 7 to
Now I just jumped it in.
yeah, so if you do the nearer waypoint, get on that waypoint, and start from that waypoint, and tell it to go to the next waypoint, and it's like, if you hit go to waypoint now, it would try and follow the previous track.
Okay.
So if you put 18 on you, and then tell it to go to the next waypoint.
put one on us right now, and then put one up there.
As I understand it, yes. That's how you.
Okay.
Do about that.
Yeah, that's fine. So just click on us. Yeah. Add a waypoint. Go where we want it to. Add a waypoint. Okay.
You got now, right click on, waypoint 19. Oh, actually, so, well, start with 18. Tell it to go to 18. And make sure that it actually stays. Because it does it in order. This is one of the things that.
Right. Just click on it.
You could go back towards the muscles a little bit, muscles will. Or yeah, just test it.
Alright.
That's good.
We're happy with this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Let's waypoint.
Oh,
There.
nice.
So
Okay. And our default.
now you start with that waypoint, and it'll
Okay.
stay there.
So-
Is it trying to
It's just
set altitude?
so I don't know if it's, no, I got the altitude set. But I think you have to edit that other waypoint for speed.
Wait, yeah, Jiro was saying this.
No, I can't do it from here. It's on your computer.
Yeah. Saying it's on the console, so this
On
is
here?
the rabbit and the turtle.
Oh, okay.
So the default is gonna be 0.5, but apparently using the turtle we can
Well,
set
set for turtles. Alright,
it might be the,
yeah, I just drag it.
okay, yeah, it might be this button that locks into speed.
If you hit next, then on your side,
If I hit next on here.
Yeah.
Alright, there's your spot. I hit next. Looks like it's going pretty fast.
yep,
0.5.
Yeah, so
Is that what you wanted or slower?
you want it slower.
That's slower.
Yes, please.
There we go.
a
There's point one.
Okay.
And
Wait, faster. Okay, just trying to dial in the speed here.
she's calling now.
Have we started?
There's
Yes,
point
yes.
2.
Okay, 0.3.
Yeah, if you can hold just like that. That's
is it going along?
Drifting, yeah, so,
Oh, here, tell it to go to waypoint. Right click on it.
Oh, that didn't do a good job.
alright.
Yeah, go to waypoint.
Now that's. Yeah, so it's gonna try to go back to the line.
Right, that's good. Sorry about that, Phil.
You're good.
Hadn't used this feature set before.
Is this like a cruise control for the ROV?
Yeah, that's how we were running the sonar survey.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's pretty slick.
Yeah, kind of turns into like an AOV. Sweet.
Travis, try that.
Go.
And about 110 meters of ship.
Yeah, that's should be right.
there is a way you can actually tell if the next waypoint is outside.
Yeah, I'll have to ask Alex. I think he knows that. That's what I need a lot of stuff on this.
Sorry, did you say you want to show me where?
No, you're good.
Is that lighting alright for you, Phil?
What?
Is the lighting alright for you? This is all visual survey for you, correct?
Yeah, this is visual survey. Could it be a little brighter? Try to open iris. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah. This is where it gets hairy. Oh yeah, if it once the altimeter picks up the crevice, it's gonna try and get in it. Oh. Well, that's all right. I'll
You can do it based on that.
I'm not gonna let us go in.
Is it using the DVL or what's the altitude?
Yeah, it's well behind that, but yes. Maybe it's skinny enough. It'll just pick up the other side.
Oh, there it goes.
There it goes. Once it gets to the other side, I'll let it pick back up. But for now, I'm gonna do what I want to do. There we go. Nice. So you can go in and out of the feature. I just changed the set point. Oh, okay. So you see the green line? Yeah, that's my set point. The yellow is actually what the vehicle is doing as it's picking up features. I see.
Now it looks like we've been on this line for about 65 meters. Do you want us to extend it to the 400 or you just want to get to that point?
It would be nice to get a full 100. That's possible. Shouldn't take too much more time. Takes to get to Japan, I think.
I don't know if you can change it while it's in motion.
I don't know Japan either.
So another one.
Probably just change it. I shouldn't, I guess. Hi.
Kicking it up a notch. I figured everyone gets to do it once.
Oh, don't, that's not good. Oh, you gotta be careful what you grab.
Right.
Probably. I think it's not active.
Focus mode.
I mean, it's probably just, I don't know, settle into that one. There's something else that we want to say.
Fred, are we?
Yeah, that's a waypoint.
Fantastic.
Thank you. You have to send me to the next one.
Oh,
I just did this. I got it.
Oh, there you go. Oh, back one.
Do you know why it is every time I call the bridge?
Because now it, yep.
On your response? Why does it happen?
This is always such. The captain sleeps.
Oh, I should. Gonna go back for it.
Yeah, I see it's starting to go to zero. Thank you, I didn't see, I didn't know that. That's We'll get there eventually. Yeah, I like it. It's good.
Yeah, thanks. You have another one.
Not much out here, actually. What's that? Not much out here once we pass the muscles too.
First officer, captain.
It's good.
As far as biological survey goes.
Yeah. Null data is good though.
That's true too.
Null data is good.
I thought he was chief officer.
Who's chief? First.
Tyler, if you want to get a head start on dropping the waypoint back, we're gonna go back to the same way. Yeah. Back, just turn around and go back.
Wait, are you gonna be, so you're gonna reverse the same course and look at it from the other side?
Yeah.
I just,
Yeah. And then we'll do a 90-degree turn back at pulses 1 and go a different way. And then come back.
So we're gonna set a waypoint at.
There's one there. I just have to go back to it.
oh, right. I'm not sure if it'll do that. Good question.
We'll find
It
out.
might have to, because it likes that track. Set another.
When we get there, I'll turn 180. And then I'll try and go. See if it goes back.
Rewind button.
Did when I did it this way.
So how is it that, do you have an idea of how these
So,
crevices
the chief officer
develop?
on yachts,
I certainly don't.
which is probably
As
very,
you
very
see,
here. And responsible for the depth
Very cool,
records,
though.
and is responsible for the maintenance and
that's the end of it right there.
First
All right,
officer
great.
responsible for navigation
So I'm
and
gonna turn
safety of the
180.
vessel, as well as the crew's training and development. So they're very similar in roles, but technically, chief officer outranks the first officer. Makes sense. My friends do know.
JC,
Yes.
Rich was asking about these crevices. How do they form?
This area is under a lot of tensional stress, and I just assume that they're faults made from this running center.
I was wondering if there were faults
Yeah,
that fall through.
So like they were once together and then they split? Or
that's what I think. I don't, it's, or just also fissures that are forming from the tensional stress, not necessarily all of them are faults. The type of fault that we would see at Stone ridges are normal faults, so usually it's like when you have something pulling apart, you'll have like something sliding down, yeah. And so that's the shape, the general shape of it. These little cracks, I think I would have to like see on the imagery to make more of a conclusion, but I assume it's from the pulling apart. Yeah, one of these striking.
Very.
I guess we'll try to make right now. If they're heading east-west cracks, I would say that they're longitude tension. But in another direction.
So what you have your Jacob stick, right? Did I get the name right?
Sorry?
Is it called the Jacob stick?
Jacob staff.
Staff. So what you have your Jacob staff. And what's the compass called?
A Breton compass. Breton compass has tools on it to help you get the striking tip. Yeah, like different levels inside of it, and then there's also a sight that you can use to
That
take.
is very cool.
I've never quite, you can use it to,
goes back.
yeah, estimate distance.
Wow.
By Brent, each of our names had names, mine was Brent Spears.
Wow, that's a nice one.
Nice.
You never tried that before?
Well, they weren't sure that they would go back. They wanted the crazy ones.
Science. An experiment. Now you know. That's not good.
If you were playing something like StarCraft or something like that, you'd expect it to line up a whole bunch of stuff in cube, but this is not that. So
Yeah.
definitely not that.
The people in the chat are funny. Did you just call these little cracks? Hello.
Compared to this rain center, yeah, they're little cracks.
Yeah, you tell.
As compared to very large cracks elsewhere,
Compared to whose crack?
And it starts.
Anything specific you're hoping to see in the
Tell your whole.
Well, what we want to do is establish the habitat extent kind of around the chimneys and the diffuse flow.
Okay.
And it's a pretty sharp gradient. And I don't really know why. So as we do the visual transect, it'll give us some footage to go back to that we can kind of corroborate also with the other kind of chemical, temperature, all the other physical variable. And then I don't know, we can also run some fancy machine learning models that will slice up the video into like picture frames, and then it can try to pick out anything biological, but there's nothing really here per se. But when we get back to the mussels and all the worms, like count them for us.
Okay.
You could train the machine to count them.
So the center point you think is kind of a hot spot.
So we go out from the hotspot, the biodiversity hotspot. We come back.
Since we're going almost south, there means those cracks that we're passing are east-west, which means they are in line with the fall.
Nice.
No. I was like telling you that.
But doing a transect like this is good because it kind of removes the bias that we might have when we just see something biological and go to it.
Yeah.
So this gives us plenty of like null data. Absence data is data too.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So the whole gradient you want to see.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Connor made a good point in the chat. Compared to iguanas, this site, the worms are much farther away from some of the main vents. That because of there's more diffuse flow sites here.
I don't know. I think that worms have a very particular chemistry requirement, like Riftia have a very particular chemistry requirement. They also have a very particular flow requirement. So if you look at their red fuzzy plumes, that's their breathing apparatus, it's their gills. And that's has to have access to hydrogen sulfide and oxygen at really high rates because they use a lot of it. So if those two conditions aren't met, chemistry and flow, then they don't make it. So it's a little unclear as to what's happening here.
Alright, so once we get back to our center point, if you want to go 90 degrees from the southwest or northeast?
Southwest.
Southwest. And 100 meters again, correct?
Yes.
Oh, nice. We can see.
More muscles too. Is this before?
Yeah, we
muscles?
can see kind of like the
Yeah.
transitions that was happening here.
You see how my skin flow? Does this look good here?
Yeah, that looks good. My cross section is on the way. Right? Yeah. Pretty close. Close. Yeah. Sweet. I think it's the Yeah, you can probably top it from pretty much from where I am. Get close there, and then like go to. Alright, so we need to be. What heading do we put down?
I think add 90.
Okay.
Yep.
Nice. This is good stuff.
Did you have to go in there already?
I don't think anything. Like,
Set up on the heading. Alright.
yes.
Now if you go,
Yeah.
so you need to click on whatever the number 21 is. Go to.
Two. Yay. Yay. Alright, two. So,
I was just thinking about how the Cocos and Nazca beads, which is bisected, which are separated by the Galapagos, for example, the remnants of the Farallon plate, which subducted under North and South America around 20 million years ago, which created like this Andreas fault.
And you live on the San Andreas Fault, don't you?
I live very close to it.
that's my
And
own
suffer its wrath.
Right now.
You said cute. You ever experience a big one?
Yeah.
How big?
5.
Yeah.
How much?
It's not that big.
5. I mean, have you experienced a 5?
I've experienced 7,
Wow.
7.2.
I probably experienced like a 6, but I was a kid.
Where were you when you experienced the 7?
In the Philippines.
Oh, wow.
It was scary.
No.
I was in a basement
Mm.
of a building
When was this?
last summer.
Oh my gosh, okay.
Yeah, like everything was shaking.
How long was the shaking for?
Like 30 seconds.
Damn.
Everybody ran out into the street. The people we were with, like, were panicking. The gravity of the situation didn't really like sink in on me.
Mm-hmm.
In the U.S., it's like, oh, earthquake, like, oh, get under a table.
Mm-hmm.
There, it's like,
The building.
Get out the
that's
building.
bad. So now, oh,
ooh,
That was
a lot of crabs.
an undergraduate. Oh, sorry.
Okay,
You're paying attention.
I just had a question. I thought we were going past the. I didn't know we turned.
What?
I didn't know that we turned.
Oh, you didn't know we turned? Oh, we turned.
We turned to add muscles too.
Yeah, close. No. We turned close to muscles 1.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, you can just, I mean, this whole section you can just fill up with the Phillips transect, and I'll just come back
Okay.
to it.
Okay, I messed up. Because I thought we were going past muscles 1. I thought we were gonna go total 100 meters.
We did.
Phil, since I'm doing the dive summary, do you want to dictate something to capture your thoughts on what the summary is? I can just type.
Yeah, so biological transect 5 to 6 UTC. We went 100 meters. Was it north? Northwest of muscles 1, and then returned.
Yep.
And then 100 meters to southwest. Yes. 100 meters southwest of muscles 1, and then returned. That's all. I've got all the more technical things I want.
Got it.
Could you repeat it to me so I have it correct? Went 100 meters northwest of muscles 1, then returned.
And then return to muscles 1, or close
Yeah.
to muscles 1.
Yeah.
And then 100 meters southwest of muscles 1, and then return to muscles 1. Oh, this is interesting.
Oh wow.
What is that? Is that a coral? Coral. Ooh. Andy, I like that.
Your mom? Are you
You want to make a note of it?
Yeah, we'll make a note.
All right.
Did they ask us to drop markers?
Did they? Did they ask us to drop markers for corals? No.
I do not. I don't recall.
I don't recall either.
I don't know. Does it hurt? I made an observation. So.
Okay.
We dropped the marker just in case.
Okay.
It's like coral 4.
Yeah, nice. Thanks.
Oh, you all? Okay, so there are other corals. All right.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a few.
There's a few.
We collected one of them.
Excellent. So this is coral
Then-
4.
Yeah, this is coral 4.
Thank you much.
No problem.
And you collected some samples of them?
We collected a sample of bamboo, yeah.
Oh.
There's a
I think we
coral
got
in
the
the coral.
chronometer in there too.
So is stork in there? Can I get that inside? I guess it is.
Yeah, it was crime detached and it ate the bit of coral for about like that long. So we took it right at the top there,
Oh.
dropped it in the coral river, we got the chronometer.
Nice.
Or some of it anyway.
Who's taking the coral stuff? Stuart?
It's for the
Oh,
Charles Darwin.
interesting. Because we didn't see corals at the other side, right?
I think we saw like little. We saw black
Was that?
holes.
Really?
But we're 130 from the ship, and he's getting close here.
Yeah, you can just slow it down and stop.
Here, Jarvik, we can all stop on that.
Oh, stop by. I like your watch.
Oh, thank you.
It's very cool.
Thanks. The classic like 91W.
I don't know if this makes me feel better or worse. It's like a dead ringer for my wrist watch. Do with that what you will.
What do you mean?
That's,
Wait.
my watch was very similar.
Oh, yeah.
Who was the famous guy who wore it?
The all black one.
Turn back around.
The all black.
The all black one was Osama bin Laden had that on.
Osama bin Laden.
So my friends and I all have the same watch, and it's great. It's an
Oh, nice.
watch, and it works.
Connor Johnson said a bamboo whip.
Is that we do watch times, but my friend also makes that joke.
That's amazing.
It's just a fact.
It's just a fact.
Yeah, Connor Johnson has a lot of good things to say. Consistent current.
This one.
Yeah, it would be nice to have a current meter.
They have variations of it that are like really nice, like nicer stuff.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Well, that was Isaac Cassidy, I think. That was literally like
Turn it about.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
This is my like second one of these because I had an all black one. And they're really
Did the black one go away because of the summer, or was this two different things?
No, I just was like, oh, you're gonna silver one. But I have two. I actually clipped the other one to my bike, so I better see what time it is.
Yeah, so those were my bought that in high school, and then I'm trying to remember that's like this Casio G-Shock watch came out.
Yeah,
Right?
the G-Shock.
It was like chunky.
Oh yeah, those are
Very
G-Shocks.
chunky.
Those are like kind of famous.
Yeah, people
Yeah.
wear them today too.
People wear them
Absolutely.
for fashion.
Yeah.
I know that. it's like deeply reassuring. I know what that is.
Yeah.
Because for a stretch of time, I was like, I'm lost in this world. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, G-Shock. Yeah, we're good. You two will be there one day. Mark my word. What's happening?
Oh my gosh.
I already feel like that a little bit slowly. Like I'm not really in touch with like
Yeah, right.
what
Totally starts.
The Zoomers.
Totally starts in
Yeah.
grad
Way,
school.
and then all
Totally starts in grad school. You're like, what?
So like we're technically Gen Z, but the Zoomers are like a different.
No, they're like
the
look, they may look like you, but they're not the same as you. They may look like you, sound like you, different species, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Zoomers are way different species. The swatches, I don't know where swatches are.
Oh, yeah.
They're still kicking around.
Swiss watches, they're kind of like
Yes, they're
plasticky.
plasticky, and they're
Yeah.
like, some of them are clear, some of them look like, red candy, like gummy bears.
There's usually a swatch store in an airport somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Some airport.
Perfect summary, Phil. Absolutely perfect summary. You know what swatches? Just check your airport.
Your local.
Like I could never find a swatch store anywhere else but an airport.
True, right?
Oh, they're cute.
Oh, nice. Wonder what the squat lobsters feed on out here.
Connor asked, is that sediment? Yes, it is sediment.
Sediment?
Yeah. Wow, so many.
Yeah, that's neat. Neat site. I think you're gonna have some good stuff to check out, Phil.
Yeah, this is really interesting.
Right?
This is an interesting comparison to the iguanas.
It totally is.
Yeah.
Because corals, these are not endemic to vents, and I kind of have this amateur sense that there's a bit of overlap here because the nutritional load is high from a diffuse flow, but the toxicity and other challenges is lower. Total wild guess, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
It'd be cool if the ROV was equipped with like some nutrient sensors,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
like fluorometers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Here's your ROV. That's another waypoint for you.
Oh. Next time,
Should have brought some strapped.
next time you do this, let me know. We have some small water samplers that I could imagine you turning them on every 10 meters and then having a sample for nutrient analysis.
Yeah, we have some of those set up.
Nice. On your landers?
No, well we built a structure to hang off of. It was a McLean.
Mm-hmm.
So they're all like shifting a
and
little bit.
one of the things we did this summer is kind of a project for our marine research associates that he was leading. We were gonna hang this arm on a buoy with the McLean PPS,
Nice, yeah.
and then it was gonna sample for like 9 days, trying to look at tabs,
That's cool.
and but it sheared.
Oh, no.
And the PPS at some point fell to the bottom.
No.
And the divers, when they went to recover, they found it,
Oh, wow, that's
and
like,
we put it back on the airspace frame. So it was all recovered, and he's still processing all the filters. But it seems like he might have gotten some interesting denoic acid readings actually,
that's pretty cool.
because we're not sure when it sheared.
Yeah, fair
It might have sheared at the end. But
Interesting.
yeah, that's the McLean guys were so interested. One of their head people or engineers or somebody came out on the boat with us when we deployed it.
I wonder if it was Ivory.
I don't
Was it
know
not
his
Ivory?
name,
Yeah.
but-
Look at all this changing.
yeah, this is cool.
That's neat, Phil.
Yeah. So you have a system similar to that? You sample.
Yep. Yep, it's cool. There's little pumps that work underwater and work at pressure.
Yeah, the pressure.
Right. So I have a bank of these pumps, and instead of like filling a syringe, each one of them fills a 25-meter long coil that is acid washed and sterile. 25 meters of this coil is exactly 25 mils. So that's what you need for nutrient analysis. So they have a coil, and you wrap another coil around another, and they have this like long skein tube that you just program, or you can just trigger to take.
Nice.
So that's
Approaching
great.
more ones. I've honestly like.
Is it built for? Oh, sorry.
No.
Is it built for any specific structure, or is it kind of free? You can like attach it. And,
Yep. So it's the latter. So
oh, cool. Interesting.
yeah.
Do you use it lately? Yeah.
It's actually been a few years because of COVID, but
Yeah.
yeah, we had a kind of a good run with it.
Here we.
What is this?
I was saying we're
Here's
approaching more.
the transition.
This is the particle
should-
field. This is where also Rachel wanted to do a super. So that could be something that we could start, not now, Phil, when you finish your transect, but this would be cool to kind of come back to and just start one super and get it out of the way. Is there a marker here? Or are there lots of markers here?
There's surprisingly few markers.
Could we just drop a marker and call this particle field or particle 1?
Absolutely.
And then, Phil, when you're done with your line, maybe we can just come back here and be done with this.
Yeah.
Particle field.
Thank you, Tyler.
All good.
I need you to take this away from me. I have put
So are we
everything
gonna go back to?
necessarily.
Yeah, just have to wait for the vote.
Oh, okay. I
It's
see.
pretty fast.
I see. There's a red zone.
Yeah.
What's that for?
So our tether doesn't get defined.
That's every 50 years from the ship. Otherwise you can get things hot.
Oh, yeah.
Get hot stuff.
Nice.
It's called the circle of death. With the circle of death.
Alright. Makes sense.
Yeah.
It was a nice sound shift.
It was. I'll get you in the hot seat again next time. You like being up there, Phil? Is it like, do you feel the power?
Yeah, yeah.
Filling it up.
Feel it. Yeah. When you sit up here, you have to humble yourself.
You do. You really do. You gotta take it in, roll at a time.
All the screens. Oh, sweet.
Yes, very good. There's a chocolatier in Cambridge, Massachusetts. She did her PhD on honeybee microbiomes, and then said, "Well, you don't want to go into academia, but I still love academia." And so she realized that, hey, that chocolate is a fermentation product. So you take the beans and you ferment them.
Whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Awesome. All right, I think we're good.
No.
Sweet. Okay, I'm gonna turn it back over to Pete.
I could see how that would go hand in
There you
hand.
Thank you, JC, for everything.
That's it. That's it.
If you want
Should we just finish your transect?
the website.
Chocolate fermentation process. I didn't actually, I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
ferment the cocoa
Thank you.
beans.
Exactly.
Right, yeah.
And nobody knows really well who ferments
Pete.
and how. Sir,
We're done with the transects.
excellent. Can we go back to the particle field?
Article 1.
Particle what, please? Particle man.
There's a lot of bacterial mats over there.
Yep, that's a big part of it. How's it going, Kayla?
Good.
You want the lowdown?
Yes, please.
All right, so this was a killer watch. We got 2 really good IGTs for Jill.
Is this the up-to-date census?
Oh, I have not been checking that checklist, but who was? JC was, right?
That one, I think it was associated with mine, but it wasn't, no, this one is longer one.
Yeah.
It's the longer 2 one, but this one might be. Where's the watch lead one?
I could not find it.
Okay.
Get back, maybe got moved back there. That would explain it. I couldn't find it.
Which one looks most up to date?
That's a great idea. Let's just.
So this is Rachel's, right?
This is the
This is
added.
just the supers.
Yeah. I have some thoughts on that, but let's.
So we did our second pair of IGTs.
Yeah, so those were checked, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is what we did, Caitlin. We did IGT 3 and 4, and we did them in a diffuse flow near the muscles. And then we did transects for Mr. Phil.
We didn't, I didn't see any push correlations on that.
Yeah.
We already took care of that though, so it's all good.
That's what we've done.
That's my notes, this is actually. Okay.
Now, if we go back to Rachel's thing, that is an ambitious list, in my opinion, and I wanted to make a suggestion, just knowing what's been sampled and what hasn't. So I was thinking that this is a priority, and this is a priority. And then we're going to the particle field now, and I figured you could just do this, get this super out of the way. And then go back to the checklist. I mean, it's pretty light.
Oh,
I mean, we should be able to do all this, but I think that those who get them, that's great. And then if something else is a priority that catches your eye, we got our coaches here for thoughts.
And Jimmy, what was the first one that was sampled?
Yeah. Phil was really happy with this transaction, right?
Yeah, really good.
And they were really cool.
Did you get the cross?
Yes, got the 90 degrees. Sounds more coral. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got some waypoints for markers for corals.
I found this particle field.
Yeah. So this is a super that has never been taken, like a nice particle field
Yeah.
super. So that is why I think that's a priority for a super. So just haven't been able to-
This particle field just means a lot of green snow.
It is exactly what that means, but it is probably bacterial mat. No, yeah, it's, okay, no offense taken. Yeah, yeah. So there is, just as Jill said, there are these features called snow blowers with microbial mass growing in cracks in the system. So this is definitely different than any of the super samples taken so far. And, we'll do an RNA later if you are, or if you have any that you want to go over.
Yeah. We're there now.
Okay, you guys,
See all the particles.
I guess that's it. I don't know. I mean, if there's nothing else, then we can start going to that, but this is aspiration. I just want to make sure it's balanced with other things.
Well, it seems like most of it needs to be done.
I'm pretty sure that's true.
We do have 7 hours, right?
Yeah.
5:30.
So maybe fortuitously, maybe that's the workflow.
Yeah, we can make this happen.
I do think I mean, one other question though is maybe we do a super here and Phil, I don't know if you feel like doing a different transect here? Because my impression is your transect light, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's opportunistic. If we have time to do more transects, I'm
What do you think,
happy
Jill?
to do more transects.
Yeah.
So maybe we get this super out of the way and then do another transect set and then continue with that?
Is that all right with you, Phil?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're awake.
Yeah, I'm awake. The transects woke me up.
Yeah, but let's not leave the snow blower. Let's do
Yeah,
the super
so
now.
let's get the super and then Phil, you. Cool, thank
Yeah,
you.
because now we kind of have a good idea of the extent.
Yeah, that was really fun to watch.
It's about like, seems like we're at the kind of the edge now here.
Yep. What if you move, what if you move away from all known vent features? Like, is there another trajectory you can take? I don't know, Phil, I'm making this up.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
sort of asking.
yeah, that's a good question. I mean, we could go towards the ship, which would be northeast.
Yep.
Because this is everything here. But I think it would be, pretty interesting to kind of do a small mow the lawn of this area. I think that could be really neat to do.
Yeah, I mean,
Northeast of the ship is where we picked up the land for last night,
Okay,
which was a lot of the salt inside of it.
okay,
A lot of,
yeah. So, yeah, I think it would
maybe
be.
that's what you're interested in, but
No, yeah, I think it could be really interesting just to do a small miniature mow the lawn of and try to go to the extents. So it's like 50 meters seems like a 50 meter.
Or
Less than 50 meters. Like the squares are like 10, so it's like 30.
30 by 30 kind of thing?
Yeah.
Do you want to do that sitting atop your last transect?
Yeah, maybe
Right? Because I mean, that.
continue the heading from the northwest one, and then come across, come back, and do
Seems pretty cool.
kind of like a little mow the lawn. Because then we probably get a pretty good estimate of number of water.
I think you're right.
We get a good count.
Yeah, and you confirm that your trajectory is, because you get a swath that kind of ties into your transect, right?
Yeah.
I think that makes it, I think that's really cool.
Just waiting on what you want.
Yeah.
Are we at Chimney 1?
Say again.
So, yeah,
Are we
so
at
if
the
Caitlin
chimney
filters
one
for 20 minutes, and then you do your mow the lawn, I'm gonna guess that's about 45.
Okay.
That's what they said. It could be
You know
shorter.
more than
This-
me.
Yeah,
The
but
whole thing took 45.
I think we're gonna do
just being conservative, right? So,
Yeah.
in other words, you have an hour of energy in you.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now you've solved the whole thing for me.
Is this the desired particle spot?
Could you tilt the camera up just so we can see?
what do you have it set? What do you have it set?
Well, when it comes up, dissection.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Is this the particle
Yeah.
1 marker?
Yeah.
Yeah. We just
Super.
do dissection.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, we are going to do a super here,
Yeah, so it's an RNA super.
and then after we'll do
And you're gonna put 40
another
degrees
transect.
of coffee?
40 degrees.
As usual, have the temperature.
Modest dose of RNA.
Ambient.
No, we are gonna
Be there for the
do,
video.
I think we're actually, let me check my notes.
Thank you, everyone.
Particles near chimney. We are
Enjoy,
going
Phil. I wanna
to
hear
do
about it.
temperature
Yeah,
I'll
and
get more.
pH.
All right, folks. Thank you, Jill.
So let's do temperature and pH first.
Like they call
The temperature one and then pH.
I think pizza is not as good, right?
Yeah.
Is this in place of this, or is this still?
Are we close to the chimney 1 marker?
We are. Direct, right? Chimney 1 is about 50, 60 meters.
This would not, this is not part of this list. I guess this is something extra.
Correct.
Okay.
I wanted to check in with Pete the specifics of this because I'm not entirely sure what that means in terms of the super.
Are we running out of filters?
No, no, I'm
It's
just.
really weird. I keep expecting
Uh,
it to come stop.
I've never done a
Yeah.
particles
Thinking
near
it's
to
the
me
thrusters.
filter. Does that just mean be nearer to me and observe particles in the water?
I think this is what, I think we are doing it now. So this is, has something to do with bacterial pushing all these particles up.
Yeah.
You heard that part?
I did.
Alright.
But I think this is a separate objective than
Okay.
what we're doing here.
Okay.
I think my vague understanding is that just means that we're like 5 to 10 meters away. And we're actually experiencing the particles probably to me. But I'm not very clear on the details.
Okay, we can text Pete and ask, but it seems like we want to do this site right away.
Yes.
Okay.
Agreed.
Are we ready for a super?
Can you turn it on? Is it on?
Let's just give him the chance to switch and then we'll turn it on.
You want the super one held up, or I don't know what we're doing right now.
Yeah, just off the seafloor, about a foot.
Okay, just the super one?
Let's do the temperature wand as well, and then after we do the super sample, we'll do a pH reading.
Alright. So you're setting up to do a super sample right here, about a foot off of. The only thing I got on is the cruise holding down. Okay.
Give me a little of that porch, please, Ben. Oh, porch.
Good morning.
Morning, everybody.
Morning, Ben.
Drinking first. You want the temporal first?
Do you want this out simultaneously with the super cable?
Yes, please. Yeah. Super particles.
And whenever you have a chance, will you turn it on?
Yeah. I'll turn on super. Super power on.
What's your superpower though?
Great.
Not that. Find that out. That's rich. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. I was typing him a message too.
Oh. Yeah. What does near mean?
Yeah.
Are we near? Are we far?
As far as everyone knows, you can see
You know it's coming. Is that what our list says? This looks like we've taken 4.
Alright. You want to see about foot off the seafloor?
So they're interested in this particle flock. Maybe let's go a little bit higher.
Tell me where you want to go.
Can I zoom out a little? Let's get a look at these particles. Nope. Yeah. I think that looks fine. Yeah. And this is going to be RNA later super. What number is it?
5.
Is there anything on 4?
Sorry?
Anything on 4?
There should be.
The
Yes.
diffuse flow one, I think. Yeah. Diffuse flow, non-RNA later.
Did you take on so far?
The last hour or so. It's great.
Well, I'll come down.
Next 12 hours, I'm not sure. We get to do a lot.
It's
We
like
get to do a lot.
Super team, do you like this height?
That's great.
Yeah? Okay.
This is a new super. So
Super team. The super team.
super power.
Alright, that is locked there. You guys happy with that?
I think so.
Awesome.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Now we got to start.
Thanks.
Oh, did you start?
No, I just wanted to let you know. Okay, you're ready.
Yep.
Sorry to go. Okay, I guess the low down for the next 12 hours, so I'm happy. Can go on there. Which is
Okay. No, nothing here. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. What we're doing, what we're doing. The macros, we have 2-hour training. So we probably sent the macro. That's the training. We'll have that. Yeah.
got about 4 hours.
Yeah, and then I was talking about stuff.
Bring it up, I think it's 31st to 30th. Have to go to that, so. So it's from Chuck West.
Are you at the end of your watch, Tyler? What are you doing here?
Okay, yeah. Keep it there, company.
You're never on our ship. Something's different. No.
Strange now.
We like you.
Yeah, we like you. Something's just different though, so now we're unsettled. Yeah. It's too late in the cruise to throw something new in the game like this. We have a routine now, and we're happy you're here.
Thanks. What's your watch name?
Mid-rats. Most vessels have midnight rations, especially military vessels, and that midnight meal is called mid-rats for short.
Alright.
So we are your mid-rats. Dream team.
Yeah. I like it. Is there good rats upstairs?
There are no official mid-rats on this ship. ate a lot of school lunches in the middle of the night, like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and apples, which I'm happy with.
Paninis. We gotta get paninis. Low toasties. That's what we do.
Yeah? I haven't tried that yet.
2 a.m.
Yeah.
2 a.m.
So I'm gonna do this school lunch.
Well, it looks like having a good time. I was gonna let you know that we're gonna switch shifts for a day and we'll switch back
So
tomorrow.
I'm on full double today.
I'd be, that's up to you. How do you manage that?
Yeah, no problem. We got this down. Well, that was fun while I lasted. Can you move the coaching mid-rats?
Thanks for hanging out with the mid-rats.
Yeah. I'll be watching from afar.
Okay. Give you a shout out on the
You're
dive
piloting
stream.
that?
I'm just sitting here just to look good, you know.
Oh, okay. As long as you're doing your job. We're not done.
I feel like I'm there and directly to you.
Alright, well, I'm sorry. Everything is so good then.
Yes.
Did we complete the transect?
We did, but we are going to do another one. Yeah.
Should we go north and south or east and west?
We went east and west, and now we're going to do a smaller grid around where all the chimneys are.
Okay.
On the map somewhere.
It's all greenhouse.
Well, we're just.
You're saying this location. It's kind of like 100 meters out. Ish.
Which with this group?
No,
Or chimney one.
where we are now.
Oh. How long? 100 meters over here.
Up to Phil.
Okay. What's your time? 100 meters.
I think it seems
Is he
like
coming back up?
yeah, he's
Okay.
gonna come back up. It seemed like he wanted to. We get 10.
Yeah.
I didn't say like.
Because I was measuring it out for him earlier. And he wanted to kind of be within the bounds of where we surveyed what we
Okay.
So kind of correlate the two data. Incredible amount.
He just wants to do like a finer resolution in this area.
So they've been adding waypoints to this mission. So that's gonna try to be next time. That'll be a mission. Because it should be all the
So just add a new mission?
well, no, but I don't want to mess up.
You're going to re-import the waypoints.
Like, what if I just delete like 20?
Because those are the ones I think they did in the transect. So they manually.
Yeah, but I think if you have this selected, and you start adding waypoints, it adds it to the session, right? So I'm pretty sure.
I'm not too sure. Because missions has nothing in it.
No, this is the mission, but not the increase. This one.
That's a waypoint.
Yeah, it's a waypoint. But that one goes to. Yeah, but this is the name of your waypoint file.
Yeah.
Click back.
Sorry,
it
you're running
shows
transects.
all your waypoints here. But then it also shows.
Yeah, I
all
think
the
we're gonna
ones
go
that were
north to
added,
south
tagged
next
onto
time.
this one.
Wait, this is well,
This one. This one there.
Or just box around.
We're going to focus in where we're working now. I don't know how far he wants to go, maybe 100 meters. And then, yeah, I don't know his plan
Waypoints,
is.
it's just like a little packet of data. It's just fine. And then
A smaller grid around this chimney area, is my understanding.
So just do a new mission with the current waypoints, the ones you go by.
No, I don't think so. I think you have, well, I don't know. You're saying you have to actually remove it for them to go away.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like if I remove this one, then add a new one?
Or you can add this new one. Or you can
Well, that's
skip
what I
it.
mean. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna do that. I was just gonna try to fix that. I wanted to do something. Make sure I go in here and then very efficient. Well, I suppose those were just. Lunch would be deleted, but.
Oh yeah, they're just waypoints.
So
the power nap phase of the cruise where you can just lay down hard for an hour and be ready to go. Yeah.
That's great. I just have a work day right with your sleep schedule.
Yeah.
But it definitely takes me a while. Even after these shifts, I have to like go upstairs and
Wind down.
eat, and then I like go down, have a little phone time, and sleep by like 5.
Same.
I don't have to work out. It's great.
You what?
I don't have to wake up anymore.
Oh,
It's
good for
great.
you.
Yeah.
Nice. I have sediment, which is very exciting, but it takes longer to process.
We get more cores since the ones we got on our last trip.
Just background. We tried again around the same area that I tried, but there just wasn't enough sediment.
Yeah.
Tried it a couple different places. One of the other inactive chimneys actually was a decent amount of sediment, but we didn't have the core catching tube. We were just testing it out, and then it all fell out, and there was nowhere else to pour it. Didn't you feel better watching Amy try it though? She has more experience than I do. Kind of saved that for her ship this time. It's not enough there.
All I know is that they're like cool, and then they go, then they plug in your very cool plugins. And so you have no idea what's going on. There's something distributed or something. Oh no, I know. So well, I can see the traffic. Yeah. But at the same time, I had no idea what
What are they doing?
No, I'm trusting. Yeah, well, I wasn't fine, so I'm just
Staying up to say.
Yeah.
Welcome to Mid-Rats.
This is the ship that gets shipped.
Yeah. Somebody super snake.
Yeah.
So to do this, did you input your waypoints first? Did you set up waypoints to do that process?
Yeah, that's how we did that. And
Do you
then
wanna-
It was it auto followed.
Okay. Should we, now's a good time to set up your next one.
Yeah. Sounds good.
I think the first one in depth is from the RVs.
You want to focus in on this area? I see.
I like the way it is that here and like that. Out and back, out and back. Well, most of the things are here, so it'd be nice to do like that.
You want it to be zigzag, or can we do like?
We could do a cross. We could go. Yeah, we could do like a little cross. That'd work.
We did another grand town or you want to go diagonal?
Well, it'd be nice to keep it on the same bearing as the other one. So go down, that, down. And we can just concentrate really in this hotspot here. It's about 100%. All the learns and the muscles. And kind of just go to the edges. And then go past the edge a little bit. It's a little more salt. And then go the other way, like the salt. And the edge might be here, for all I know.
Yeah, I think that'll be pretty close.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe like 2 passes like that. Maybe quite quick. So it'll be like 20, 30 years.
We have plenty of time.
Yeah. So I'm not so. Yeah, so what we were doing before
takes if it's really quick and you want to do another one.
Yeah. Just on one.
So why does it try it?
Set up
Where's the
one,
chart?
and then go back out. All down rotation, down. I'm not too sure. I think only
I would set them all up.
Set them all up?
Yeah, set up
Okay.
everything you want in this
Set up
area.
markers.
And then
That's
when we're
just,
done with
that's
that,
just a great thing.
see where we're at.
Alright,
Kind of, I guess.
We set up some.
Josh, do you mind helping me set up? Setting up.
How many
set up
points
some
is this?
waypoints. So what we got? We got 22. So you,
To the
so last
limit?
time you came all the way down here. Yep. And we want to start. So now we want to start like up here, kind of in the middle of the cross. That we did. In the middle of the cross.
You don't
Yeah,
think
just like
it's
right
like
here.
the
Yeah,
super, we
right
can
there. Start right there. Right there.
The end of Rachel
Down
here.
For sure.
We'll do all the other things.
Proceed along that same bearing, out maybe like, yeah, to there. And then over
to
20
extra
meters,
water
and then maybe
seepage.
10 meters out, 10 meters
Do
over.
it.
Extra
and maybe
water
just 5
seepage.
meters, 5 meters over, and then back, kind of along, stopping there or something. Yeah. 5 meters is. Yeah, maybe
Gotta be some
stop.
cool animals around.
Yeah.
Entertain us.
Where do you want to go? Like further?
Yeah, where am I inspired?
Yeah, that would.
Yeah, I want some
maybe
more
like
spot
that
lobster
extra,
drama.
Yeah, a little bit further out. The goal is kind of just to grab all this. Yeah, grab all this stuff.
Is this for
Like transecting. Yeah, visual
So
transecting.
Katie, do you get to start extracting all these filters and so
Are
on?
we still gonna do that?
I'm trying my best to not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I spent like
same. We still got
a
marks.
year
Yeah, we do.
extracting other filters
Okay.
that we have, and we still don't have the sequencing data from that.
I'm
So
just
I'm like,
thinking
I
that
kinda wanna
if we're going
analyze
over
those
chimneys and
before
stuff,
I
we're gonna have to.
just finished pumping
Oh,
towards 4.42.
Yeah, we're gonna have to
The
slow
event
down
is
so
not
we can adjust the
over.
altitude that it.
I'm supposed to let you know.
Still happening.
Track.
Yeah.
If I try
So
to
you-
fly like up and over stuff,
Yeah.
it's gonna not have that far to hold its heading. And for positions, it's just straight drift.
So you gotta.
So I'll have to slow it down when we get to the chimney.
What's that for?
I mean, we could also do it manually.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
No, manually it'll be better to just let it flow back over some, if we're going over chimneys and stuff. I was just trying to decide, cause you're talking, we're probably gonna be water two meters, I see that now.
3 to 5 is okay.
3 to 5 is okay.
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
You need it to be consistent, right?
Yeah, just consistently 3 to 5. Something is good.
Do you remember how big chimney 3 is?
I don't, but we can fly over it if that's helpful.
No, I'm just curious if 3 to 5 will.
I don't think anyone wrote down chimney heights.
Yeah, obviously not run.
I mean, we could run into the side too.
Yeah.
Fox red.
Changing my
What is
course.
this?
See what I mean?
It was 794 mils of RNA later.
Are you done with yours?
So I
here?
did.
Yep, but keep it on.
Because
But
it's
you
part
can,
of that mission.
Okay, and
So
you were
they
good with
added
the
it, that
temperature
if they
probe?
were in that
Yes.
mission.
And we can put away the
So
super
all
one?
the waypoints they added to the waypoint file that we loaded for that. That makes sense?
Okay, so we're just gonna add a waypoint here and move it. Here and there. How would you wanna create that so you can follow?
I would
Do you
do
wanna
just-
delete all of it?
I would do a new mission. I would create a new mission.
You wanna create a new mission?
Yeah.
New mission. What?
New,
We're not gonna lose all our waypoints, right?
No.
You want the,
Yes.
like 1920 and then you want those? I mean,
For
we
the
have
rest
those
of the
saved.
dive, no. The other ones, like mussels and chimney.
Oh no,
height.
those are markers. Those aren't gonna go away.
There's
Yeah.
difference. Okay.
Yeah, there's a difference.
We are done
Here,
with
I'll do this.
super,
So you
and
feel
before
better.
we leave here, we need to do a pH measurement. So we can put the super wand away and the temperature one, and then hold the pH meter out in the same area for a few minutes.
You're gonna put your quarter star with board on the super right now.
We're not live now, right? We are?
Mics are hot.
Oh, good. Yeah, so I think if we do a create mission.
You wanna do it? I'll do
Yeah.
it. Let's do it.
Because I think that will make it less messy in terms of padding.
Mission color. You want green?
I'm not sure
I'm
about
just gonna hit OK.
That's super good.
And then that would be one, but now there's no waypoints in it, and I think now in selected.
I know you can delete.
Is it selected? If you add a waypoint now, let's see if it shows up on that one.
Well, if I have this selected now, waypoint.
Then what?
Because before you had this selected, the waypoint.
Yeah. So now I try
Yeah,
that.
on the mission. Okay.
Yeah, just.
Yeah. 23.
Yeah, so now I'm pretty sure if you do those in the sequence that you want, it'll treat those independently of the other ones.
Oh, great.
Go there.
Sweet. Okay. Maybe measure out like 20 meters.
Oh, so close.
Actually, is it okay if we started a little past?
Like over here?
Yeah, like here. Yeah, right there.
Like just further.
Yeah, so then we kind of situate the hotspot in the middle. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
So we want almost like 20 meters from here. Center point. So you have overlap from over here. Or do you want 20 meters between the two points?
Yeah, I guess going out that far is useful. Yeah, let's set it for that. And then however long that is.
About 20 meters.
Okay. So it's like 25 total.
Wow, that's nice.
Is that cable just gonna need to get moved? Because we almost
Almost 30. Okay. You could maybe shorten it.
Shorten it on that
Midpoint
side.
24. Yeah.
Well, we're gonna have to get that. No, we're not. That's never good. No, we're not. I forgot that was on 3, not 1. The cable.
That's 25. And then it's 5 meter, like maybe like 2 meters.
Hmm?
2 meters
No.
over. Yeah, it's 2.5. Yeah, you could just use the
No, but now I want to target what I know.
Smiley face.
Yeah, don't hate my work.
That's the last time I click.
I mean, it wouldn't be that.
It's very ish.
Yeah.
And then back up.
And back up.
It doesn't look like we're
We just finished collecting a super sample. We're pretty close to an active hydrothermal vent, and there's a lot of large particle aggregates floating around in the water here, a little larger than what we normally see with marine snow. I've told these particles are thought to be from a microbial mat near the active hydrothermal vent that's just to our west, I believe. So we've filtered a bunch of water through special filters that are preserved with a solution that preserves both the DNA and the RNA from those particles. So we'll actually sequence the genomic material on those filters, and that'll give us an idea of the microorganisms that are present in that microbial mat, as well as the genes that they're expressing. So we can learn a little bit about how these deep sea microorganisms are functioning near this active hydrothermal vent. We're going to take out our pH meter next, collect some data, and then we're moving on to some transects. So we'll be doing video transects of the seafloor to survey different animal species.
What's your, I just moved here.
Well, that's like the regular, biological transect, right? There's no quadrat.
Do you remember how long your pH wants to go for?
She says 5 and 5.
5 minutes.
That is non-biased for
Move the scoop, that cable. Sure. First I thought the whole was just
no. that was for actual multimedia.
Oh, and if the super's still on, we can turn it off. Unless you need it. No.
Yeah, I think we can turn it off for now. What made you pick the diagonal heading?
We went over another muscle then. So we went from muscles 1 over muscles 2, and then we kept going. And it was also
to a
parallel
flipping
to
table
ship.
to reach it. Yeah.
Might be able to. And I didn't really go past the boundary of where we had multi-beam. So we'll also be able to get all that higher multi-beam.
Cool. From the mapping that we've been doing today?
Yeah. Those are the bigger ones.
Just hold this. I used auto altitude so I could adjust it while we were going.
Yeah, we changed that.
What do you mean?
Auto.
Oh, so on here, you can tell it whether or not to follow the properties of the waypoint or to follow the settings that you
Oh,
put.
Yeah, so you can either select, like, for example, auto heading or allow the waypoint to select heading. So I'll probably just do auto altitude on here.
Yeah.
But I'll choose that, allow it to track a long line, because the waypoints are in the correct order.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll set the velocity in the waypoints, so that way I can make them all the
And you
same.
get a long line.
Yep. So all of them I'll change to a long line, and I'll probably drop the waypoint speed down a little bit, especially since it's such a small grid. I don't know if you can adjust them all at once, but just oh my gosh, yeah. That's line. Yeah, long line at 0.3. And then I can always increase that if it's because you can update that live while it's training.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Long line.
I might have already done that. Let me check the Yep, perfect.
What's the station?
Station is someone press station key.
Oh. And you can delete that thing, and station key again, it'll pop back up.
So. Well, no, it keeps adding new ones.
Okay.
Every time you like if you turn off station key, the station stays.
Because you can move the station key waypoint and it'll follow that, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you turn
Unless you have
station
it.
key while you're flying, all you're doing is moving the waypoint.
Yeah.
But when you turn station keep off, it keeps the station, which is one of the reasons why we have all these lines. If you can station keep full mission selected, that now becomes part of that mission. Yeah, it's off. I don't like that.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
You know what? I won't go ways further out. I've moved my porch back in for the road. Regrab it? You want me to park on the starboard ramp and then bring the portal in? Sure. Okay.
We do still need to do pH.
And a big rock back there.
Yeah. I picked that one. pH. And then it's transect time. Have you ever seen a spoonworm?
What?
A spoonworm?
Spoon?
Yeah.
No. Is that the one thing with the snot?
Yeah, it just looked like a giant snot trail and it like sucked into a tube in the rock. Like 50 centimeters tall. Just a clear drip of snot. Apparently it's a worm.
So they feed off the mucus? Does it use that? Was it?
It just, I mean, its body looked
Oh,
like
its
snot.
body looks like snot.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's pretty cool. And just let it hover. We're gonna do 5 minutes about in the same spot that the super wand was.
How's that?
That looks good. I'm gonna start a timer. You mark.
Yeah, there's no official pH measure.
Okay.
But so we're starting.
All right, 5 minutes.
So this computer has significantly more emissions loaded on it. What's the number in the one you just named? Is it
23. First one. Oh, yeah, one emissions. So
I don't see it.
830. Maybe I have to push it. Try to push it. But you see him on the screen.
Yeah, I see it on the screen, but I don't see it in here.
Yeah. Move one of those.
Or maybe it just has a different name. It shows this one's like what's the time?
Yeah, it's not one.
It just
It
has a
just
different-
doesn't show it.
Just has a different number too. That's weird.
Did that just get created though?
Oh, there it is. Yeah. So no, it's got it.
So maybe it's because I had to push it or move the waypoint or something.
Now the push. So I think I go to not go to and I think
Well, I created it within the mission. So I
Yeah.
had, when I created the waypoint, I had this selected, then
Yeah.
I started creating it.
but I think to initiate it, I think either one will work, but I think I just need to push. So I just push it.
To start that fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll try that.
Sounds good.
One way to learn these things.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of curious if it'll fly to 23 from where I am. But it does put a green X on wherever 20 up you're going towards. So it's pretty quick feedback.
Okay.
Yeah, great.
Yeah. I'm good.
Not above 40 degrees C. Don't stick it in the vent fluid.
Did we rim last night?
I don't know. And the- Someone had to have done it for that note to be on there.
Yeah, that is especially okay.
Tastes like blueberry.
If the super is still on, we can turn it off.
Yep. Thanks for the extra reminder. I did hear you before, I just forgot.
It's okay.
You still looking at the pH meter?
No. Can zoom in on the squats.
On what?
The squats.
Lobsters.
Squat lobsters.
What do you think they're talking about?
I don't know. I feel like there's more drama brewing. They're grabbing each other's back legs last night.
Oh, they were.
Yeah.
There was a crab fighting us. It was. We were using the temperature probe to
Oh, yeah?
try to check out various crevices, and there was a crab like
It's like
putting its claw on it, biting down.
that's not true.
We saw some riftia worms too.
Oh yeah.
Full size.
Where?
Yeah.
I assume at event.
Yeah, like actually over by Mussels One.
Really?
Yeah.
On in diffuse flow?
The salt crack.
Oh,
it's
cool.
marked in. That's where we took the
Did-
IGTs.
Did you collect them?
Would you like us to break those in?
No, we didn't collect them. What?
Let's break those and see what's underneath it.
What?
The crack.
No.
Can we go down into the crack tonight if we have extra time?
They're small cracks.
I'm just
You'd
joking.
have to,
I don't
like,
think we need to do that.
Take a hammer.
We went over one earlier today though that was really, really wide and really deep, and I want to go. I want to see what's at the bottom.
No, wait. It wasn't at the salt crack, but it was like in that area when we were looking for it.
Curious. Like 3 times the width of the vehicle.
If we like went back to this area over near Muscle One,
Good boy.
that would be where there's one of the riftia, a few of the big riftia, or I guess not big, like regular size, so like the size of my arm.
That's pretty cool. Oh, not paying
Like
attention.
the size of my wrist, like fat.
That'd be pretty big.
Okay, we can end the pH sample. So go ahead and stow the pH meter, and then we're ready to do transects.
I can't imagine looking at like a bed of riftia.
Yeah.
And that's what like Pete's been doing his whole life, right?
I had a question from a friend earlier about the porch. She asked, when Sebastian takes a sample and puts it in the box with all the stuff, how does it not fall out? Is that a drawer, and does it go in and out? So we call it a porch. It's not really a drawer, and most of the things that we put in it are heavy enough that they won't fall out. There's lots of bungees. We're putting the pH meter back in a milk crate. The milk crate in front of it has IGT samplers that are pretty heavy, I think 20 pounds, 30 pounds. So they're pretty heavy, and then we also have a bungee. The rock to the left there is heavy. The biological samples do have a lid, so they go in a box that closes. That way we're not mixing in any animals or genetic material when we do our ascent. But the ascent's pretty smooth. Most of the stuff that is in the shelf is pretty heavy, and it's also bungeed down. We're gonna start doing some video transects next to help survey animals living on the seafloor. You have all your waypoints set up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just gonna set up the camera with the red tapes.
Yeah.
That we got there?
Yeah.
You ready now?
Yeah.
Ready?
You gonna sit in the hot seat?
this funny, this funny meme. Well, not meme, but it was like a newscast person that was saying, and I'm signing off as like the Marvel superhero Superman says, with great power comes great responsibility. And it was like wrong on so many levels that people were like, what? Because Superman's DC and Spider-Man said that.
That was Uncle Ben.
Oh yeah, Uncle Ben. Yeah, Uncle Ben like told Spider-Man.
Uncle Ben's.
Oh no, that's Uncle Ben. Oh.
Oh, you have those red marks.
Right there.
Would you consider this?
Oh wow, you nailed it.
Yeah, high tech.
That's good.
Oh, yeah.
An iPhone flashlight, electrical tape. It's good oceanography. Very
That's what
serious.
they teach us over there.
Yeah.
What was that?
What?
What was that, dude?
What was?
Flashlight.
I was just illuminating the tapes that we taped on the TV, so we could have the
Lining up the
anchors.
anchors.
I see. Okay.
You could bring the anchors back in whenever.
And that's how you know the angle?
The angle's the same.
Angle's the same, and then.
Camera's all the way out. Those are all the way
Remind me, are you gonna watch this video and estimate animals? Or are you gonna use AI or?
We'll probably cut it like every 5 seconds and get still images, and then use like machine learning, train to like count things or spot biodiversity.
Is that going to be a follow-up film? There's a lower right corner.
Oh.
You can look at that within a minute.
Yeah.
I just can't give you the science game to get it.
If you could just like poke it in. Nice. Very delicate. Sweet. Okay.
I'm gonna see if I'll go to the first one. From way up here, just so I pull out.
Are you gonna create your own machine learning model, or are you working with something that other people have built?
There's definitely ones that other people
Okay,
have.
so when I selected execute, it created a first
But
station where
I'm not sure
So
that how soon they will be.
So if I sequence to next,
Hydrothermal
it'll leave auto heading on and not follow
I'm
it
pretty
from
sure
velocity.
what we're doing, hydrothermal, is like still pretty new.
And then I have my auto altitude
Not
set
other
at
people have been able
5.6,
to
but I'm still
use some
controlling
spatial
it.
ecology.
So I should just go to there and stop.
But
Because I have it on.
Is that you want to open up all of it?
what?
Oh,
The picture?
so that's the velocity that the.
I think it's good. Is this as about as bright as it can be?
Here we go. Let me try point two. Well, it's not that fast, but it's pretty short. So that was when I hit execute. They created the station where I was located. So that's what that first one is.
It says super flat.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, but it's the next waypoint that precedes there. So that was let's try point 2 for 20, just 24 for now. See how that goes.
Caitlin?
Yes.
Are we supposed to put markers every time we do a sample?
And now,
I don't think so.
do you want us to adjust the lighting or exposure? or anything?
As bright as it can be without
Well,
Particles one go.
okay, without what?
without making it like, you know, white out or whatever. A little less bright than that.
Yeah, we already have a super.
That should be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
You see the lasers?
Yeah, we can see the lasers. Yeah.
And then, we're at 5.7. And then we're at
Just took- yeah.
6.
It was,
No, the cat things.
and the marker was called.
Bring the lights around.
Do you want to bring it up?
Yeah, it might just get
I mean, sure. Yeah, let's see.
already, I think it was.
And then you wanted to be at 5 meters.
Yeah.
Max.
Yeah, 3 to 5 is ideal, but
Is that better?
it's fine if you have to fluctuate for things, of course.
Are you taking notes every time? Should be okay. We also in sea last too every time a super is logged, so we can go back and
Set
look at it.
allow to altitude.
Yeah, if it's kind of a new site, we've been dropping the marker, but for the most part, you know, it should be one. It should be one.
So we saw the other cities.
Alright. See what happens again.
Alright.
Well, do you have your hand right?
So I'm setting it. Oh, actually, you're right. I should correct this one, but I'm going to set it to follow the setting in the wavelengths. So hopefully they're right. I'll give this to it. Alright. Yes.
Yeah, that's what they're setting it on.
And then the autopilot. Cruise is what we use when we like land on stuff. We'll just set whatever lock the thrusters and that'll come in, but this one in theory should be following that.
You're going super fast.
I think we're just zooming in.
Smash is flying on the
He's going
screen.
super fast.
We're gonna be done in a minute.
Yeah, I mean at 0.3 meters per second for 20 meters, it's like a minute and a half.
So we have 2 long supers. 20 minutes each?
3. Yeah, probably 25
So
total
this
with
is
bridging.
Okay.
we can leave it at
Like an hour.
we can change it to or leave it at 0.3 also. Because it's not crazy fast.
And are those long ones RNA later or no?
We should probably keep it
They're
consistent,
no,
right?
right?
Video.
No, already
So
later.
we started a little bit slower on this one.
Okay.
This is 0.2. Do you want us to switch them all to 0.2 or go back to 0.3?
Yeah, not for those.
It's good. 0.2 to 0.3 is kind of the range we look for.
Because do you know, are we prioritizing Rachel's supers now or just any supers?
I
Yeah.
think we'll have time to do
As long
all
as
of them.
the
Okay.
Yeah,
when we
can
go
and
back
do
to the video,
two
it's
near
not
missions
blurred.
Next, and then that's all the supers
Yeah,
in the
0.2
original
would be good for
checklist,
this
and then
super slow.
this
Is
additional checklist.
it's
We're in good
yeah,
shape.
it's 90 meters.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we got there.
Yeah, we're there.
We're staying up for Midland.
Should be able to just.
What?
I'm
Are you
gonna
staying
change the
up for
heading manually so it
RV?
doesn't rotate into the.
How long you have to be up?
Yeah, how long do they expect us to get up for?
No, they don't.
Okay. I do need to fix some water for fish though, but it only takes 5 minutes, so I just might wake up with the Paramount light and go to it.
So, are there any specific notes that would be useful for you that I could take?
I think just saying southeast, like 25 meters.
I'm gonna turn off auto focus.
I might take a picture of this. Just tagging the video or where like illustrated sections. Yeah, or just like at like starting
Yeah,
at
see, that's the only problem is
illustrated
you
section,
can't.
so I can go back and find it.
Oh,
in the
okay.
section.
Didn't have enough
That's
power
it.
to change the
I've
thing
started
at the
that.
same time.
Okay.
And it starts, so I have to do the heading first, I think, in the future.
Keep going, all right.
Yeah, but part of the problem I can come back to is that
see I just created a station. So here's what, as you delete the station I just made, once I get back to where I am, you know what that was. Actually, I'll just do this. Go back to 25, but don't follow back. Okay, can you delete that station that I just created? Right. Wait. Yeah, just a second. Sweet, thanks. No, why did it? I think I went on one back. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and delete it. Okay. I'm gonna just see if I can. I'll slide over to them. Alright. Yeah, this time I'll make sure I have the heading filter before I tell it to go.
Chile's Sulfur. 50 meters.
Oh yeah, the displacements.
Yeah. I looked at both of them on also.
Okay. So going to the next one.
I remember we had that the first time. Thinking that thing so much. It's so accurate too.
Those are pagodas.
Oh yeah, are we gonna go over them? Or
Looks
close,
like it.
close to them? Sweet.
Alright, how many worms are in this shot? Start counting. 52. Maybe 1,000.
Yeah, I think I would guess like 1,000. 800. I have no idea how good like a machine learning model would be.
Yeah, because some of the circular worms have their gills out.
Yeah.
So they look different than the ones that are just.
So you have to have like multiple training options.
Yeah.
Basically anything that's white.
They have clamshells in here.
But then yeah, you have clams.
And mussels.
Yeah.
I
Or
do.
more
Clamshells look
segmentation.
different enough.
Have you taken Roman's OCG 555?
No. Should I?
It's a cool class. There's a section on like image processing for identifying stuff and things like that.
Oh, nice.
Go back down.
Oh, nice. A fish.
Biological oceanographer. Andy Davies.
We have like 5 hours of bottom time left. Leap and lemur.
Someone's asking Brendan Phillips.
There's a new project called FathomNet. FATHOM from Emory. It's building an AI database
Yeah,
of photos
like
for.
I
I think it's mostly midwater species.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of this.
Yeah. I think that's super cool. Maybe you
I
can
just had
create one
something
for
unselected. I didn't realize how.
seafloor
Yeah.
hydrothermal.
But this is
vent.
what makes me nervous is it turns so
Yeah.
fast. We're so close in the back that when I rotate, it's just going to slam down and break. So that's why I'm going to do this.
So Jay
manually.
Rogerson, Carl.
I don't want to be the guy.
No, but he has a wife and two kids.
You're 4 meters up.
Ben said
And a lot of other food work, but it's 3.9 more.
That's right. It was plenty high.
3.5.
Not the guy.
Is he gonna fly?
Are we flying them back or are we just doing them one way?
He also has. Like,
I'm debating because the ones that we on the southeast side
Yeah.
all reached like basalt rock, and kind of the goal is to leave the biodiverse area or get to the edge of it. So I'm thinking about the 3 points on the northwest of like we get some video for each of them going a little bit further to to like hit some rock.
Well, that was all. We were still just going uphill on pillows each time. We're at one of the ends.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There's a plan for
I
that.
thought the northwest ones,
I only did a
like-
4-hour dive.
like the pillows still were covered in stuff.
Oh, they were.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So the goal is kind of get to pillows that are not.
Got it.
Yeah.
So you want to go to the same way but further down? Yeah, like just continue down, like stretch them out.
Yeah.
Try just dragging it in a reverse convention.
Yeah.
That's what Jada said.
Yeah.
Try that.
Seriously.
The way so it's necessary.
It only takes like
It'll be so worth it.
a minute, 2 minutes each way. That's nice. Yeah, see kind of like the switch, the zone switches here.
We would be going
So just let that sit here. So you will just take these for how much further out?
Maybe like 10 meters.
I know my friend.
Just that bullet.
Yeah.
And her project is scheduled for 3 years.
Yeah, that's good.
And they're still kind of pitching it.
Or just take this for just in case.
Sweet.
Saying because if I go reverse, it should go in a reverse heading. So I'm just going to hit the back
Just
button.
pull up the photo from the IG team because we're gonna go back and grab a piece of active.
Oh, see, so this. We'll see if it stops there or not, though.
Oh yeah, maybe crazy. Sideways.
Oh, come on. Yeah. Here, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna kind of kill it and bring it back. So if it has to turn too far, if it starts going when it's turning, then it becomes a problem.
Are we getting it backwards?
Yes.
Are you in the right dive?
So would you mind deleting that station for me again once I get onto a different station?
This is our cruise that go down.
Josh, what did you do?
Sorry, I was reading.
And you turn off that.
21 days.
Oh no, it thinks I want to delete
That probably won't work.
this one.
You can
The
try
one
it.
I'm on. So I'm going to.
Turn off this station. Do you want these transects separated?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I want to delete that one.
Yeah, sure.
Not the one I'm on, not the one that's highlighted, the one that says station.
Bring up the
I think you delete it from there. Yeah, delete it.
That's a touch screen. Sorry.
But that's, you don't know which waypoint you're on top of.
Yeah, station is. Oh yeah, you're right.
Because there's so many.
Don't do that. I'm attached to that one. I want it.
Go back on top.
Where they start.
I got it.
Here you go.
That photo's not
And
helpful.
permissions.
There's another.
Station.
It's not the first station. No, it's not. It's not that one. I don't think so. It's this one.
Oh, it is that.
Is there another event?
It's gone.
Yeah, but it was that one.
It was. So it always puts in the beginning.
Yeah.
Ah, that's so annoying. Okay.
And it doesn't create a new one every time, it just,
It just moves it.
yeah.
Okay. So I'm curious to see. I wonder if we go to a different mission and come back to it, if that green X will actually go to the. Let's find out.
Can you go to,
Let's try to go to 27.
Yeah. Should we go to 27? Yeah. Oh, it must make it back. Oh, because the line
No, but
is
it
reverse
shouldn't.
heading.
Yeah, but it shouldn't do that though. It wasn't doing that until. It might be viewing this as a forward.
Yeah, you need to reverse the line.
How? Oh, it shouldn't have to.
Or just say you want this manual heading or whatever.
Okay, that's helpful.
It was able to travel back on the line
Yeah.
for us before.
Yeah, well, it just did too.
Because it's not a long line, it's reverse of a long line.
No, but it still did it. Before. Didn't want to do that. Alright, let's go back to the beginning. we're gonna start again going backwards. I just messed We're on 28 now. I'll just do the heading manually. Except for some reason when I messed up, I did something that made it no longer want to do reverse setting. I'm not sure why, but yeah. So we just went to create mission, and you can, when it brings up the dialogue, and you just accept it, then you can just go into that mission and here, and when you click on it, it'll be empty. But when you add new waypoints, they'll show up in sequence on that list. And then once you have your waypoints all in order, you can select them all. Tell them whether or not you have the heading to apply. Show it. It'll dialogue looks like this. See any fixed heading? Oh boy. Well, no, it's not. No, it's on auto altitude. It's just seeing stuff late.
Are we still doing it?
And then that's what you said.
Can we just get really close? Or
Yeah.
can the seafloor just get really high?
That was like a.
Well, so the altitude's measured in the middle of the aerobe, and the camera is like another almost meter and a half forward of it. So when you're going up a steep hill, the camera altitude will be varying a lot, although the vehicle altitude, the center of mass will be roughly the same.
Okay, do you want to make a note of that, or is you'll see it happen in the video?
Yeah,
You can make
yeah.
a note in C-Log, and then you get a timestamp.
Yeah, sure.
Let's do that.
It's not a major problem because we're slicing the video for images every like 5 seconds or something.
Okay.
So, but yeah, that is good to know.
And the C-Log will give you, I believe, will give you the altitude too.
Yeah,
So you can have an idea.
yeah. It's more of just like we'll be reporting within the range. You know,
You can also load a text
that's
file
like kind
that
of
has all the
published ranges.
I've done that.
Yeah.
So.
But also, if you start, even if it's going to go to the correct heading, if you start it off, it has to make a big heading change. It starts the heading change first, but then it starts the movement. Sometimes during the heading change, and it doesn't have enough power to do both. So it's better to just, if you only do the heading, it won't create a new station. You just rotate.
Right.
And so it'll, this is the button that makes it follow the heading on the waypoint.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I'm going to do the waypoint. One of the reasons I'm going to do the waypoint manually first, anyways, because I don't want it to start sliding because I can't. Once it starts going, it can't catch up. Especially if it's using it, because it'll start using the lab, and it'll not be able to do anything else.
Wait, is it possible
To continue.
to overshoot this one?
Just keep going until it's clear.
Yeah, until there's no more white stuff. And then come back and do the other one. What time did we start?
Let's see. I think I can just drag this, and once I drop it, it'll go. I know.
Yeah, that should be good.
Let's see what it is. Nope, just want to. start time over at transect.
Oh yeah. I would think it was
6:49.
Oh, they're at 49.
We just took them out. That was weird. 'Cause he's like 27 or whatever. I just dragged 27, but it wasn't until I moved 26 that I decided to
Oh yeah.
confirm. Yeah. That's right. It's going now.
Can you really note that for the second, for the transects on the
Extra
stack,
crispy toasty.
we extended
Extra crispy or extra toasty? That's crispy.
points.
Technically. Yes. Gonna get a good layer of crispy. We're gonna do 3 tier. I don't know. Is the bread in the middle would we have to toast it separately? Yeah, yeah. On both sides for bread.
Talking panini style?
Yeah.
Strategizing?
Yeah. We're within the 50-minute mark, so that's our plan.
So you said, do you want it more clear than those ones coming up?
No, I think that's great. Yeah.
You want plain basalt? Is this good enough?
Yeah, that's good enough. Nice. This is nice. Good stuff.
You happy with it?
Yeah. This could be a paper. First chapter.
First chapter done. Check.
Is it a picture paper?
Hmm?
Like a picture book, but paper? No?
Yeah.
You have to write things?
To my disdain, yeah.
Oh, it's bad.
Turn in a stack of images for your
Yeah.
first dissertation chapter.
Here's 100 pictures.
Count every worm.
Just circle them.
Circle them, yeah.
Yeah.
With the crayon.
Yeah. Color them.
So I'll be white.
Huh, yeah, I wonder, it'd be cool if there was a feature where you could like download an image to an iPad and then using the pen, you like color all the spots that you want the machine learning to pick up. And then it picks up only that color. And then it, and then it measures like
Yeah.
square area.
There's something similar for Photoshop. Something similar for particles. I'm blanking on the name of the program, but it's free.
ImageJ?
ImageJ.
ImageJ, yeah.
Yeah. I've used ImageJ.
Or what?
I try to use ImageJ to count bugs that were stuck on like these sticky traps, like a square sticky trap. We try to use ImageJ to count how many bugs got like stuck on them.
Yeah.
But they're like plastered with bugs.
Yeah, I was trying to do
It's really hard.
particle filters, which were also plastered, and it wasn't working very well.
Yeah, because it doesn't account for like the bugs that have split into multiple pieces.
Yeah. The ones that are clumped together.
Yeah, the ones that are massive clumps. Yeah.
Stick to manual counting. You need to hire an undergrad intern.
That was impossible.
All we ended up concluding was that the places that had warming chambers built on top of them have less bugs
It's using so
than
much
the places
right
that
now.
didn't have warming chambers. It just makes sense.
Classic. Yeah. I think it's called MIPAR. MIPAR. It's like a good one for that kind of stuff too.
I don't know that one. I'm gonna write it down.
It's a paid service, but they have like a month free subscription. And they have all the different like image segmentation tools.
Was
And
it
then they
saying
have
the Sony class?
I looked into it as like the final project. We did like image segmentation on a batch of difficult to identify corals.
Cool.
It's weird. But they have like an AI
that's
feature
strange.
now, which is like actually worked really well. Where you just kind of like trained it with a few images and then
Yeah.
it just like did it way better than we did.
Sweet.
Okay.
Might have to look into that.
It's way more user friendly than like MATLAB or something,
Yeah.
which works, but
I'd rather use things like that than have to learn how to code something.
Oh yeah, it's so much nicer.
Spending a lot
For
of
the most
time, yeah. Coding is nice because it's super customizable. But
Exactly. You want something exactly this way.
yeah, it's a pain sometimes.
So,
Like I'm not trying to become a computer scientist. Alright, so we should have done this in like 10 minutes. Sound good?
yeah, sounds great.
Sweet.
So this last waypoint extended up as well.
Yeah. We finally got a good picture of this site here. And Jill took IGTs at this spot too. At the pagoda.
Your team, it doesn't seem to let go.
It's rare that like small scale mapping gets done at sites like this. Like you might make one pass over or something. Oh yeah.
So it took 2 days of diving to find like the areas where stuff's going on.
Yeah.
To really understand the site.
Yeah.
Before we could focus in on the small scale.
Yeah.
Big rock.
This will be really good too because we have all the good multi-beam. Like even finer scale.
Are we doing multi-beam right now?
No, from the past.
In the present.
And the present?
Yeah, just look around.
Paired data right there.
Let's go. Oh sweet. Wow, that's kind of crazy. The ones we selected, Josh, at the southeast end were like perfectly at the edge.
Noise.
But we had to move the northwest one.
Yeah.
Good intuition.
Yeah.
Staring at the seafloor long enough.
Yeah, we were like 50% correct.
Yeah. Throw them up here.
We could probably do a density analysis too. That'd probably be easier than like trying to count them. Just cover.
Let's go look at that.
Ooh.
Does anyone know what that is?
Flying sea cucumber. Looks like one of the ones that they sucked up for Jacob. Did you get to see it in the cold room?
I saw the team core. The red.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you poke it.
It released a bunch of mucus
Mucus,
in
yeah.
the bucket that was glowing even when the animal was removed.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it after, and you could poke it, and it still had some glowing stuff on it.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a video of the team report glowing? I missed it.
Out of
Stand by.
Someone sent me a picture, but Caitlin's probably got a good one.
What type of was it green?
It was red.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, it's red. Sugary, it's like rainbow.
Oh.
Yeah, find a. It looked like that in the dark, cold room.
That's wild.
And then you can see the little. Actually, this one doesn't have a. It had some like blue. So that was the red color was just under white light, and then.
So, how can you actually tell if Tina4 is still alive?
It's a good question. I don't think it would be making that color.
Well, 'cause you
I don't
know-
think it would be making the shiny color.
Well, how can you tell, like, what, like, is there a way to determine whether or not what's going on is, like, Because you know, like if you cut a snake's head off, it'll wriggle for a while.
Yeah.
How can you tell it's not that sort of thing?
And the body kind of pumps water in and out too. So
Oh, no.
it's-
Even when it was in there, it was pumping.
Yeah, this was alive.
Oh my gosh, that's wild.
Is that your specialty?
Yeah,
No.
there were parts of it that were pumping. There were also like parts of it that were kind of like colonial, like independent little parts that formed the whole.
Yeah.
And they were still like you take them apart and they were still pumping, like moving around.
That animal was different though. That's
Oh, that
a
was different.
siphonophore.
Oh,
Siphonophores are
Oh
colonial.
yeah.
And then different individuals
Okay, yeah.
have different specialized functions. This one is just one animal.
Wow.
That one was pretty cool. The dandelions.
Right. Okay. Yeah, because he brought pieces of that. Woo. Josh, did you see the chat? They've been talking about some sort of problem with their feed.
Yeah, I think it's the video, the internet keeps on going for our stream.
So
every night it seems to happen around 1:30.
getting throttled at night.
Well, Starlink has an issue with latency, and so it's the latency packets that sometimes it's set like over UDP, and so it's on timestamp, and so the video can not be through Starlink. And unfortunately, for VSATs, where it's really stable, we don't have stable VSATs right now.
Nice. I didn't know you guys were on Starlink.
Is that the end?
Yeah, we're all done.
You happy with it?
Yeah, I'm very happy.
Awesome.
Sweet.
I'd like to stop at Pagoda sampling next. We're going to pick up a little piece of sulfide.
We just went over.
We're still close.
Alright, sweet. I'm going to bed.
All right.
Good night. Thank you.
We just completed some video transects that are going to be used for an ecological survey. When we're working on these dives, we're logging the different animal species that we see in a program that records a timestamp so we can go back to the video, records lat and longe coordinates as well. But that information is a little biased because we're often hanging out at a couple different areas of the seafloor. This dive, for example, we've been hanging out at an active vent site, sampling at some inactive vent sites. So we're logging areas in these very specific areas. And what Philip was just doing is a more unbiased transect where he kind of creates a grid of waypoints and we fly across the seafloor at a set altitude and record video so he can get a more unbiased survey of the distribution of these different types of animals. So it sounds like he'll be using some machine learning to feed these images into a model that helps to count and kind of map out the distribution of all these different animals that we're seeing.
Oh no. Did you hit go to mark?
Yeah, you did.
You see what happened? Yes.
Nope. Nice.
Oh boy. I gotta stop that. So that didn't do it. How do I get out of this?
So we're done with video transect, moving on to Pagoda.
I gotta figure out. You want to delete that whole mission?
You want to delete the mission?
Yeah, let's just.
Right up. Okay.
So it happened. I think that's the one that's selected and highlighted. Yes.
Yeah, it'd be 27, 28.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Alright, so now we go to see what happened. Oh, it's because. Okay, you probably weren't. No, that was on a waypoint.
Which one do you want to look at?
We want to go to the marker. Yeah.
Let's do.
Should say marker. Doesn't say marker, you don't have the right one selected. You can really delete if you can.
Let's go back into your waypoint list and just delete those waypoints.
We'll just move it, I guess, to your, just drag and move it to you so you can go with it. There you go. Now you go to mark. Okay, and then I hit next. Yeah, there we go. So it made a new waypoint. Whatever.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to figure out ways to actually ultimately make this more efficient. Although it's taking some time to figure it out. Going right past that stuff.
We're at 15.
I think we maybe just went over what we were looking for.
Yeah, it was probably right under this. Should be under the center.
Looking for the two little chimneys with flanges.
So when you say go to marker, it just creates another.
Yeah. That is a part of whatever mission is selected,
Yeah.
unfortunately. No, I think it might have made a new mission. Check this. You see this?
Yeah,
one?
it's 8:30. I made a new mission.
Okay, that's cool. So if you have nothing selected, I'm just gonna figure out how to deselect the whatever mission you're on with that delete. There it is.
Yeah.
Remove these missions.
What are we doing here, Caitlin?
We're gonna take a small piece of sulfide that's gonna go into one of the coral quivers. It's gonna go in coral quiver 7. I believe it's gonna be the smaller one on the left. We sampled one of these on the previous dive, just coming back for a piece of sulfide. It's going in a coral quiver. So I do think we want the one on the left of the screen. And we're looking for something we can break off where there's fluid coming out.
Decrease the ISO just a little bit. That's like. Well, if not using the porch.
Number 7.
Oh, it's up.
Oh, sorry. That was on the size of the pH sensor.
Did you make the starboard arm for this? using the starboard arm or the port arm?
Something wrong because that means get the cap on the quiver. Quiver's on the other side.
Yeah, but you can do the quiver anyways with the starboard arm, then just grab the sample and pour it.
I'm gonna want to zoom in first and pick a spot. Yeah. Can we go to the other side?
It won't be able to land as low. You'll be able to see it from as low as a perspective. You can kind of go at an angle on it, but you're talking about like the other side of the.
Yeah, I'm just trying to pick a spot where the flow is coming out. You can't really see where that is.
You have any problem with him landing on top of those boulders, Caleb?
No, that's fine.
Straight down on it. Yeah, I'll have to report you to Brennessee.
If you can hover here and I can zoom in to take a look.
Maybe I can also. Send it down to you, just post these two, which.
Okay, so it looks like pretty diffuse flow. I think we can just grab this top part. So it looks like it's just diffuse flow coming out over here. Do we have lasers on?
Yeah, but we're zoomed into.
Okay.
Here it is.
Okay, yeah, that's good. We can just grab this top piece, something small enough to fit in Coral Quiver 7. So now that we've had a good look, you can land wherever's best for grabbing that sample.
Yep. Do you want to try to do it? No, I can't. With the board shot. Doing the board shot, I'm going to take from the other side.
Rockman, where are we on?
That's a great question.
I think JC sent me a list.
At least 6.
Should be 7.
Right, we've at least taken rock 6.
Okay.
Correct for this list.
Is there already something in that?
It's RNA later solution.
This stuff in the bottom?
In the coral quiver? Yeah. Oh, the stuff in the bottom is beads so you don't have to fill the entire container with RNA later.
Yeah.
Displace.
That makes sense.
RNA later is very expensive.
Do you make it or do you buy it?
You buy it and it's like $100 for 250 milliliters.
How much is it?
Oh, very good.
Yeah, that's
It's
right.
pretty pricey.
The coral folks brought, from what I understand, ingredients for it, making themselves.
Mhm.
I don't. I don't know. Ammonium sulfate. Is that right?
I'm not sure. The recipe's proprietary for RNA later. But it's something that binds to proteins that would break down RNA. So I'm sure you can figure out your own recipe.
That's it. Yeah.
I think that's enough. That'll work though. For that fuzzy bacteria.
Looking to reset your INS.
No, because it's gonna just drop out anyways. Just run. Once we hop out. I mean, don't hurt you, okay, look, look.
Okay.
Move back. You got a pledge? Yeah, with the other out. Let's see. I think you can grab it. No or not? See something there this week. It's almost just
Okay, there's butter up there.
there better be. There usually is, just sometimes it's cold.
Yeah. It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
You should probably run up and set it out so it's ready for you.
Warm up the butt.
Get it to room temperature.
That's what I should check when I get on ship. There's butter out. So that's 2 hours.
Yeah.
So,
New routine.
easy thing that. Oh, there goes the stock crab. I don't know. Let's open this up now.
How would you describe this rock?
The one we just sampled, or the one we
Correct.
went? It's a chimlet.
Okay.
Nice.
Are you writing in the log? Oh, okay. So sample from description,
Is it a
active.
chip?
Yes, it is a chimney. I think diffuse chimney is a good choice. There are animals for description. You can put filamentous bacteria. Filamentous bacteria, top of spire above shelf. Use it, estimate. And then for additional text, can you also put from chimney where IGTs were taken? And that was during dive S0568.
Yeah, I can't. Well, hang on.
All right, next we're gonna go to the chimney 1 marker and do some more supers.
Should we
sample a little bit.
I think it's towards the west.
Yeah.
Must go west. There it is. You're super near Orifice, right next to Chile. Over here.
Alright, when we get off the seabed at some altitude and send it, yeah.
Oh, so close by, you said there's super near Orifice at waypoint? That's where we need to go. It's the same thing. Yeah. Sounds like it's pretty much the same thing, but that is where we need to start. Near Jimmy on opposite sides. 5 to 10 We're actually going to go 5 to 10 meters. Do you have a preference if it's north or south, east, west? Just opposite direction.
And this is for the long ones.
Yes.
Updated position.
Updated position.
And Caitlin Roxanne said you can leave the wand in the porch for these samples.
Oh. Okay. And the temperature probe?
So, zoom in on super near Orifice and go. Okay, so, Germany one is marked right here.
Yeah.
So super near Orifice is where they sampled. So we're going to do another super sample 5 to 10 meters away from there, and then do it again in the opposite direction. We don't have a preference on exactly where that is. So we can stop 10 meters before we get to that waypoint for our first sample. Can I get that waypoint again?
Still there?
So your go-to waypoint for that chimney is just south of what we have on our screen.
Alright, I'll just slide me away now. I don't want to take out one of the chimneys. I'm gonna get the Green Seas homeschool equations software.
10 meters, you said?
Yes.
So this is on 10 meters.
Do you think it's okay to land to do the sample?
So we can work quite on the ones and all that.
So we're going to the south of it? Or the-
It doesn't really matter. So just yeah. Once you get within 10 meters, we can set down in a good place, take a sample, and then we'll head 10 meters away from it in the opposite direction. smile face came out so creepy.
It's like I have tried to do fireworks.
Yeah.
Quickly.
That's good. You want to sail
I
boat?
started out as flowers. Took 5 minutes.
My 2 a.m. was supposed to look like the emoji celebration. Sorry.
Just go inside.
So I should
Thanks. I don't like it. Maybe damn well.
Too quick.
So now let's see what it is. So,
And all this inside. 10 meters. So probably see the 10 beach.
show me one marker on this. Show me one marker on this. It's not the same.
And we can turn on the super whenever you have a chance.
Superpower coming on.
Good?
Can we turn the lasers off? And I think we're hanging out here for 25 minutes, doing a long super sample. We're actually going to leave everything in.
Oh, we're
for
leaving
this
everything
sample.
in?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Yeah, we'll just hang out, look at squat lobsters.
Yeah. Not bad.
Check out some worms.
Were you in here earlier when we were probing some of the diffuse flows, the cracks and whatnot? There was a crab in there, he just kept doing this number on the 10 probe. and
Oh,
was not happy
cool.
about it being
Phil
in there
mentioned
at all.
that. There
Yeah,
was
that's
a crab
pretty cool.
trying to fight back.
Yeah,
I love that.
He was really upset with that probe being there.
I did an Alvin dive and I remember this giant crab just like coming at us. And we were collecting crabs too, so we just put it in the bio bag.
There's a super sample of everything. Once they're done with this, we'll go to the other side of the chimney, 10 meters away, so don't get rid of that. That measurement. Or we'll just have to redo it. They're already moving them, so they're just about finished with their. It'll be a car. So yeah, we should be good. We'll go to the next spot.
That's how important it is.
Is it better for the bypass that you're filming sampling? That shouldn't be that way.
It doesn't have it.
So just
Yeah, and in the body of the jet of the port valve, all the bypasses are connected.
Around 1400 seconds in the sky.
That coral quiver being used, the one over there to cover up.
I don't know. 1, 2, and 3 had the cans of food, and 4 I think is empty.
That one might have got knocked off.
Yeah.
That micrometer. Yeah, it's one of the ones with the food.
That one doesn't seal very well.
What's that?
That one doesn't seal very well.
It doesn't.
Because the wires stick up.
Well, if you don't find it to the very east, just try and get it from drag it down there, and maybe on the top. Did it set on top of it, fine, but if you can't, it's just so it's not here. Just not written off.
Okay, Caitlin, we'll just hang out for 23 minutes.
Sounds good.
Already. Do the camera back.
Okay. What do you guys think this is?
It's not crinoid. Just some stuff today. My best guess.
I guess I have one of those too, huh? Scratch that.
Same concept, but
I think you could be. I think you're right. Anemones close by. This is probably our longest dive of the cruise, huh?
Yeah.
I don't think I've done 2 ships in one dive yet. It does. tell what the pink blob is. I'm gonna guess a sea cucumber. We're down to mostly supers for the rest of the dive.
Oh, okay.
Maybe get one more sulfide sample, just a small piece for RNA later. But it's mostly supers. Hmm?
Says a lively bunch.
It's like the 24th hour of the dive. 25th.
Should only be about 5 more minutes.
I want to know what the grabbing behavior is.
Is this chimney or chinlet one?
Chimney. Hmm. Facing off. I feel like we've been watching squat lobsters for a long time, but I still don't understand them. I'm observing their behavior, but I still only have questions.
Why?
Why are you fighting?
Their eyes are so pretty.
What are you eating? I think the fuzz is bacteria on some of them, and that they maybe eat some of that bacteria that grows on them.
Symbiosis.
Yeah. But I don't know why they're so angry. I don't know why they're fighting.
They're fighting over a lady squat lobster.
Yeah.
I don't know if that guy's got a problem with everybody looking at this.
Yeah, you're right. He's at the top of the basalt
No,
pillow.
He's posturing too. He's backing down the hill.
There's plenty of basalt for everybody.
86, right?
Yep. It is 86.17. Okay, and we're good to move to the next slide.
Alrighty. I'm going to do the same thing 10 meters away in the opposite direction.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Do we want to turn back towards this way or stay facing this way?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Whatever's easiest when we get there.
What was the volume?
What?
What was the volume?
86.17. Was there just worms and spot lobsters over there? Oh, there was like an anemone, right?
Oh, for the animals?
Yeah.
There were anemones, spot lobsters, I think a stocked crinoid. Lots of circulid worms, a fish. And I think there was a dead clam.
All the possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could turn around just for a better view.
Yeah, are there more animals behind us?
See.
It's gonna be 25 minutes super.
Alright.
I don't know if the squat lobsters will entertain us for that one.
Turn around then.
So,
But
are we set?
yes, I'm getting ready. Are we in location?
We're turning around for a better view.
Just let me know when we land.
About this crap.
Oh, he's hiding now. Maybe he'll come out. He'll warm up to us.
Rather be down here or up on top.
Doesn't matter.
If possible, could we be more within that 10-meter circle?
We drifted out of it. Okay, good catch.
Just outside.
Yeah. and then without is ideal.
Yeah, it was 5 to 10, so.
Thank you, Doug.
I'm glad someone's paying attention. Let's focus on the lobsters. I got distracted. Some cucumbers in here.
This all right for you, Johan?
This looks perfect. Actually.
All set? Ready when you are. This is a great spot. Got a cucumber, another stalked crinoid.
Here you go. This is silent.
Did you know that cucumbers are related to sea stars?
Is that right?
Yeah, they're in the same phylum.
Oh,
They have radial symmetry around 5 points. So if you were looking down at the cucumber, it has 5 rows of legs.
oh, no kidding.
They're cousins. I did not know that pelagic cucumbers were a thing. I learned that on this trip. I'd only heard of the benthic ones.
That's something. Great.
Are you writing this down or am I just telling you each time?
I don't really have a
Okay. I'll stop pronouncing it.
No, it's cool to hear that it's quite consistent.
Okay,
Couple of anemones. else is hiding. You can see the tentacles have little particles attached to them. This is the animal's way of capturing food. Same with the anemones that you see above. And then their mouth is in the center of the body, so they can use the tentacles to capture food, push it into their mouth. Spot. I'm collecting some super samples right now. We're about 10 meters north of an active chimney, and the researchers looking at the filters that we're collecting material on are looking for microorganisms that live symbiotically with vent animals. So we're kind of traveling away from the vent to see how far these microbes can be found. How much are we pumping tonight? How many liters?
These ones we're going for around 80.
So in order to, liters are this big?
Yeah.
Size of a dessert plate, an American dessert plate.
142.
42 millimeter?
142.
142 millimeter circle filters. We're pumping 80 liters of seawater through. And in the meantime, you can just take a look around. We're going to be bringing the ROV up in, I think, around 2.5 hours. We have a full porch, lots of rock samples, a couple of push cores, lots of filters. I think we have a coral sample, mussels.
Caitlin, look at Rachel's. Sorry, that do these sulfide as well.
Yeah, I think we should do the supers before the sulfide sample.
Right. Cool.
Near Orifice. Jimmy won Jim sample yesterday. I left right before that happened.
Right.
If not, we can pull up the picture from Ceylon.
Observatory search. Seems to have.
So I've been doing this reviewing a dive. I haven't tried an interactive dive. You can also try sample. Tends to work better. Less squat lobster drama over here.
That's why we're there.
But we're still we're at the
Yeah. I don't know, I didn't want to do a deep dive. Especially because we edited this one. So kind of be okay with when there's errors and not just shut down. So I have to kind of integrate that into the whole new one. And I found the logs for the IPTs, but it's not the most helpful for it.
Wasn't that really a chimney? It was kind of a piece of a crack on the side. I remember.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
Okay, we'll just find that out and try it out.
Easy peasy.
I actually don't think it'd be that difficult to find.
Yeah. I don't know chimney one, but I would think you'd be able to find that pretty easily.
Yeah, it is a big mound, but we got it.
So how much longer?
78. That's a sea cucumber. Crinoid? I think so.
writing that down.
There's stocked anemones too.
Not in our sheet.
You're not confident about the crinoid identification?
Well, the crinoids have like fingers or like branches kind of off of their
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It's kind of like feathered.
Maybe it's an anemone. I don't know. Like all the stocked anemone photos that are coming up are thicker, chunky stock. Have you seen a pom-pom anemone yet? I haven't seen them on this trip, but I've seen them in the
Yeah.
Pacific.
That's very cool.
Pom-pom anemone? Just a giant pink fuzzy ball on the seafloor.
It's a hydroid,
Hydroid?
according to the chat. That sounds right.
Yeah. Do you know? So we've done 2 sets of IGTs? Yeah, we have.
I guess so. 'Cause
According
this is
to the
from
map.
last night, yeah.
This is the wrong cost.
So, can we look at more photos from IGT sampling? Because I think what I had in mind might be this diffuse flow coming out of the crack. But this is the high temperature. I feel like this is different than this. These are 2 different spots.
Yeah. I think the last. So this is warm. Which these are the ones that were taken earlier. This is the first set. This is kind of halfway the chimney or something. Around the base right now. Set of IGTs. There.
Salt crack.
Salt crack. Should let one. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, okay. Just confused because it says something about geological. If time permits, diffuse flow, where Jill's IGTs at Gemini. But I was sort of the pagoda.
It says salt crack 1, which is a marker we have. It says diffuse flow. Next one is 15 degrees. This is near Chimney 1, pagodas, and also this one.
Okay. I'll clear some things out. I wouldn't have stopped for this for the rest. I can do that too.
Here's the yeah. So that's this. I guess Rachel wrote this before IGTs were taken, so maybe there was a plan to do diffuse flow by chimney 1,
Mm-hmm.
and that got changed.
That would make sense.
Because they were poking around for a while to find the right diffuse flow.
The sea cucumber still hasn't moved. Probably hasn't moved in years. Has to eat.
We got 78.760.
That's okay.
Okay.
7.
That sample is done. 78.760.
Do we need to hang out for a minute while we wrap up?
Are we gonna do another sample soon?
Super simple?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, then I think we can just
Leave it on.
yeah.
Okay. We are going to head to Chimney 1, and we're looking for a spot in the chimney where Jill did an IGT. We're going to do another super there, right at the orifice to start. And so these next sets of supers are going to be an RNA later.
You know where she took her sample?
I have an idea. It was closer to the base, not at a chimney, more of a crack. I think it's going to be on the opposite side. So I remember looking at this.
It's on the other side.
Yes. Do you mind pulling it up? You already have it up. Perfect.
Yeah. Do you like it up there?
Might be this. Not much to go off of. So I don't see there's the little chimney in front of it, which I don't see in your photo. So maybe might be this one. And just keep flying around looking. There's a little bit of iron oxide in that photo, right?
Yeah. Nice coloring of the soup down.
Might be this one. Feeling good about this. Yeah, I think this might be it. So we're going to do a near orifice super sample. So we'll be taking out the wand and the temperature probe and holding it just above that orifice.
And Caitlin, for this one, you probably already know, but Roxanne isn't sure what temperature the super can handle, so we don't want it like super hot.
Okay. There's a note here for 40 degrees. So maybe we start high above it and come down if the temperature's not too high.
I think yeah, she just wants something like stable that's not gonna freak out and go like that.
Okay. Getting distracted by sediment. I can't stop looking for it. think this is the one we want. We have a photo of where they sampled earlier. And we'll start with just the temperature probe, yeah. Mm-hmm. You don't want to take it out?
It's, if we take it out, it might not go back because it's just hanging on by a thread there. It's broken. The tip's broken.
So if you zoom back in, you'll see this, see how it's real thin here?
Mm-hmm.
There's this wider point down here. That wider point is the actual shaft of the probe. It's, and this is the sensing element that would live within that.
Okay.
So if we try to pull it out, I mean, the sensing element may just come straight out of that tube, in which case it would be protected from the bend. I don't know electrically if it would, we're getting water where it shouldn't be.
I don't know, it'll just snap.
Yeah.
How useful is a super sample without temperature?
I think it could still be useful.
I agree. So you just need to be conservative with where you put the super intake.
Yeah, that's true. I don't want to go a little. Oh yeah, I guess I can't tell if it's too hot or not.
Well,
I guess another option, with Jill's permission, we could potentially use one of the IGTs as a tip probe.
yeah, we'd also have to wake Jill up because she has the computer to
Right.
read that data.
Okay. So just super without temperature then?
Yeah, and I feel like if we stay just above the shimmer, temperature-wise, do you agree that that would be less than 40? I think the target is 40. I think it's going to be a lot lower than that, just above the shimmer, but to be safe, that would be a good spot.
Yeah, I don't think we should.
And if it's more than 40, does that just mess up the data or will that damage the instrument?
I think it would damage the filter, right?
We're not sure. I think it's unclear how hot the super can handle, so we're trying not to make it too hot.
Okay. Well,
We could also skip the near orifice sample and just go for the mid buoyant one.
That might be safer.
yeah.
And
So you might
then-
come up, hold this.
Yeah, so I mean the only note for mid buoyant is 5 to 10 degrees Celsius. I guess we can. Can you zoom out, please? Pan up a little bit. Yeah. Okay, so this is really, really hot. Just above it is probably okay, but we're not sure. And then now we have this.
Yeah, it's pumping everywhere. Pumping underneath you too. You can see on camera right there.
Yeah.
There. Because my temperature is reading 8 degrees, so I'm like sitting on top of one too. Which isn't good.
Caitlin, would it be worth it to put on the group chat and see if Jill or Roxanne will wake?
I think they're both sleeping, but we can try. So let's stand by for a few minutes, see if we hear back from anyone. We could be super safe and just take a sample like above the entire mound.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll have some extra filters, so if like Rachel comes in later and was like, I want something else, we could always get her something else.
We already, on this dive, it looks like we took a regular
That's the one I was sitting on top of.
near orifice
That's
and
8.
midpoint zoom.
Nice. If we can reimagine.
Do we have another temperature probe? Is that
Up here.
fixable for?
Yeah. Is it fixable?
Yeah.
Yeah. Surface.
We can.
Yep.
So we took a near orifice and midpoint at this site with regular.
Mhm.
I think it was just added on later that we needed an RNA later replicate.
Okay.
So we could try to reference those photos for where they put the nozzles.
Can we turn the lasers back on? We're gonna look at a photo. So this sample was done earlier, just without RNA later. So we're gonna look at a photo and estimate the height above the orifice and maybe shoot for that.
Lasers are on.
Thank you. Try not to melt the super. And then we can reference that temperature too. That's a really good idea. We were doing the push core with 3S earlier, right? Do you remember if we knocked all the rock out of the core catcher before we put it back? I think the last sample we did had a bunch of crusty black material, maybe rocks. We picked it up and we looked at it.
I don't remember that, honestly.
Maybe it was someone else after you, because we kept trying.
No.
I'm just wondering if it's still there. If we have extra time, I would try here. I mean, these crabs are hanging out in the diffuse flow. It can't be that bad.
T1 near Orifice.
Oh, it's pretty close. There's no but I think that looks like 20 meters.
So, is this? Yeah, okay. So,
Kind of just above the shore.
I see. I think.
Also, Jacob says, please stand by briefly while I look something up.
Okay.
He's looking something up. I don't know what. But he said, please stand by briefly.
So it looks a little different because they haven't sampled the sulfides yet, or the IgGs. It looks like it, but this kind of little pillar feature is what's throwing me off.
I saw
There
that
was
earlier.
one over this way.
Yeah, maybe we're at the wrong spot then.
But I don't know, the coloration really matches.
And we did collect the sulfur. Yeah, I think we collected that. Standing by for advice from Jacob. But it looks like they sampled earlier just above the shimmer. So if he's comfortable with that, we'll do it. Is it okay if I scan around?
Sure.
pH sensor has an integrated temperature probe. Proceed with the sampling from, okay. So I think we are going to proceed with sampling the super.
Okay.
And instead of holding the temperature probe in parallel, we'll hold the pH probe, which also apparently will collect temperature data. We just don't have the live data.
Right, we won't be able to see what temperature actually is taken on deck.
Correct. For the mid-buoyant sample, it's written on the back of the basket map.
Will we be doing the near event one that way as well, or just the?
We'll do both of them that way. Just, I guess, stand by for a couple minutes. If you want to get the wand and the pH probe ready, that's great. We're going to check another image. pH probe says not to.
We have a depth. I don't know if that's helpful.
pH probe says not to what? Don't go above 40
Don't
C.
go above 40 C.
But we don't know what that is.
I'm pretty confident that if we're above that shimmer, we're not going to be.
Caitlin, the near orifice one was 2391 and the midpoint was 23 0.86, so they went up about 5 meters.
It was 2/3.
So the altitude,
the depth.
well, we have altitude for the second one we're gonna do, which is 7.8 meters, assuming we're landed in roughly the same spot.
I could probably go through
What was the
C-log
depth?
and find it.
What was the depth difference again?
5 meters.
So that means we were at around 3 meters altitude for this one.
Yeah, I can go through C-log if I have the. Is there a time stamp? No, there's no stamp.
It looks like they were just sampling from a higher point, kind of. Like we were looking at the orifice from a down angle, and they were looking kind of cool with it.
Do you think we're lower, is what you're saying?
We're at least, I think, to this side a little more. Looks like they were over here. Maybe that's a little more. They're sending in the pH probe.
Yeah, don't put the pH probe in any shimmer. We're gonna be conservative and yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll just keep this off to the side, and then we'll figure out where we want the super probe.
Sounds good.
As long as we're not pumping it, we're not gonna hurt the probe. It's just a metal tube, right? Correct. So we'll figure out where we want that to be, and then I'll bring the pH probe in once we're confident it's somewhere reasonable.
Can we pan up a little bit more just so we can see these other obstacles? Can you zoom in so we can see where, yeah. So this is our target orifice.
Okay.
Ideally we're right above, but there's so much diffuse flow coming out in other places too. Can you zoom out again, please? Or is it okay if I? I would go right in this area to be safe. We don't want to be directly in the shimmer. Be like right in this area. And let's put the super wand in first.
Think we can reach that? Alright. Oh, that's not good. I can just power cycle this thing. Huh? Yeah, it's power cycle. The arm out. It's not gonna do anything sort of. Ah, shit.
spot there, because I can see diffuse flow right behind me.
Also, Caitlin, I have an altitude for the near orifice.
What's that?
Might need to come off some. Tuck that in when I come off some almost there, so I can get away from this
Awesome, thank you.
flow up behind me. Is that flow?
It's from sea log, but it's not like matching up with what's in our spreadsheet.
It's the weak spot on this thing, it's just flowing everywhere.
What is that? That's good with arrows. Well, I'm on it as well.
Yeah.
Mine says 2 and 6 9.
Maybe there's, what's your timestamp?
I was looking at the start and looking at the end.
Home aero station.
How long is this gonna take, Katie?
Probably a total of 15 minutes per sample.
Are you gonna sit down again and try and hover?
I'm not gonna sit down. My
Too
camera's
much
overheated
diffuse?
too.
Okay.
Yeah, there's too much heat coming up through the back of the vehicle.
So is this what we were looking at? I think it is.
I think it is. If you look here.
I believe we're lower than that.
Lower?
That kind of
Yeah, this
goldish
is it.
scarring.
This is it, right?
I think that was the vent.
Yeah.
The area you were pointing was
Okay.
kind of here-ish.
Vehicle temps are still low. Power vehicles. I think this is a good spot.
Where I'm sitting.
We're in a little bit of shimmer. What do you think?
You know, the break? Yeah.
You want to be closer?
For the near orifice.
Yeah.
I think ideally we could get the intake closer to the target orifice. But this is
I'm just worried if we take it too hot. The
Yeah.
longer.
I'm trying to be conservative. If this is the orifice, we're just above the shimmer, which seems safe temperature wise. What do you think? Okay,
decision.
let's do it.
Do you think we should do it?
I think we should do it, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this is good. I know it's not ideal, but I don't want to melt Pete's pH probe.
Yeah. The pictures show that we were pretty close to it, but
Rachel should be here in 15 minutes. We can always explain it to her. See if she wants to
Do
do
it
it.
up here too, right?
would it be better to start with the midpoint?
Yeah, maybe
Yeah, we could always start with midpoint.
let's go up higher and do the mid-buoyant plume, and then when Rachel's here, she can decide how close to put her postdoc mentor's pH meter to the hot fluid.
See how close we are.
What's that?
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Okay, so mid-buoyant.
We have an altitude of 7.3.
7.3 altitude was the last mid-buoyant sample.
I don't know if that's useful for back camera. Let's go ahead and right above it.
Okay, this.
That's what it looks like.
Somebody reading from the high temp probe. You trust that?
I'm sorry.
Trust the high temp probe reading?
It's not,
I don't really know.
it's not an absurd number, but I don't know.
Is it close to where the ROV temperature is coming from?
I don't know the ROV temperature.
So we know it comes from one of the, inside one of the junction boxes.
Okay. Do we have an altitude for that midpoint plume sample?
Yes.
You already told me that.
7.3.
Okay, what's our altitude now?
It's bouncing between 7.5 and 5 and 8, depending on what rock it's hitting off of.
Can we go,
About 7.5 below the wind speed,
it's like the last one they did was just above the very tallest point on this. Gotta come up a little more. This is looking good. Whenever you can stabilize, we'll stable. Can we move the pH probe?
Yeah. So are we happy with the position of the?
Happy with the position of the line. pH probe parallel, then we'll be ready.
might have to come down with the other one, looking at the camera with this one. What's that? Yeah, yes, yeah, there's not one at above 40.
All stabilized?
Yeah.
All right, we're ready.
Or if you could get like a sticker that you could put on it that would change colors above like the temperature.
What was that?
I wonder, like for an instrument like that, if you could have like a sticker that would like change color above like 40
Oh, that's a
degrees.
good idea.
Yeah, so if you did happen to put it in something you shouldn't.
You might put the chicken, like the wood.
Is that again?
You can get the light bulbs, just take it to the jet. It's a color of the block.
Is it electronic or is it just indicated? Or
Check. The tape is melted. But yeah, I think that's a good sign.
it's possible to sort of adjust a little bit. A little more. Just down. Okay, that seems like. I don't know if that really matters.
Man, in the middle screen it seems okay. We want to be right a little bit.
I'm really not sure. This
Yeah.
is my specialty.
Okay,
but-
I think it's okay where it is.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
making notes on temperature. We're around 3 degrees. Just maybe a little bit above.
That's from the.
It's from the high temperature probe, which may be, we don't know. But it's changing as we move, so.
People that do pottery, usually ceramic things.
That worm. Carried away by the plume. push over, I feel like we're drifting this way. Just over to the right a little bit. That's good. Great.
I promise I wasn't trying to micromanage your sampling.
Oh no, I appreciate the
I just stumbled into the mess.
the input. That was great.
That's the spec sheet, right? Maybe the electrical tape wrapped around it.
But along the line,
I thought of that, yeah.
But if you could just tape that to the side, because I go with the temper, counter to somewhere it should.
The interesting thing about these is we don't know how acutely they depressure compensate, but they price probably well within 10 degrees.
We could test it out.
They reduce again, so it's only one that don't choose against it.
Right, right. Do you, for shipping, use for
The event that uses exact calibration of the pressure. That's what we, coming
do you have any of these, or?
I have no idea.
No, I was thinking the same thing. Well, this or the other things that are similar are adhesive or thermometers, but they generally don't get into a temperature range super useful.
We're getting up to 8.5, which I think is still okay.
8.5.
I mean, we're still getting a reading from the temperature probe, but we decided to start with the midpoint plume and let you decide whether you want to put pH probe. So we didn't do the near Orifice yet. We started
It would be
with
great to have Rachel.
Our
I was-
temperature
yeah, I
probe.
appreciate
Yeah,
you
it's
doing that.
fine.
And it was
Good.
near Orifice plume. There's Orifice flow coming out like all around it, so it's
We're
kind of
aware
hard
of
to
that.
choose a safe place.
Oh.
Just not knowing the temperature.
Yeah, this
So-
whole stack is a little challenging for these measurements, but Rachel's here. She was here for the first one, so we should be able to work it out.
We did this super. I mean, this is all done. Transects are done. I went to the pagoda and took the sample and RNA later. When you're done with the buoyant plumes, you can get the active sulfide from this jimmy. So we're doing this now. And then the last thing on the list, I didn't realize this says chimney one, but I don't think that's right.
Well, Rachel's here.
Okay. So that's the only thing we didn't do. If you're somehow looking for something to do at the end, I would try and push core here. We haven't tried that yet.
Oh, very
I don't think you'll have time.
I don't think so.
But
Where's the sediment relative to our
directly below us, and I would fly around too. It probably won't work, but like I said, if you have time to kill, I would try with the core catcher, push cores, put them in, take them out, done.
Okay. Core catcher on the superstation, basically at the meters. Right, you're saying it's directly below us.
Yeah, we kind of set down to look at the Orifice, and to the left of it there's a little bit of sediment. Also the back side is shaky. We don't really spend time here looking for sediment, so.
We have to go to the pagoda and act.
Oh yeah, I don't think you'll have time, but if for some reason you do, I'll be around.
And then we did the midpoint kind of
But yeah, Phil did a few different transects.
Yeah, we like looked at
Like a big grid and then kind of zoomed in and.
This does make it go faster since you don't have to do temperature one and then pH probe.
Yeah.
Low, right? Water ingress.
I think it does seem like the high temperature probe is working. It's stowed right now.
Okay.
They don't want to take it out because it can snap and they want to leave it, but.
That's right, it's a wet seal bridge.
This sample went up to
So
12.
depends on which leg is short.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's exactly what I wanted. Yeah.
Probably all short, but.
Need a position that we get where it goes to like against.
I'm pretty sure it's negative for voltage, right? Because it heats up and the resistance increases. So you get less voltage on the detecting leg, equal voltage on
forewarning you for the near-Orcas one.
Okay.
You might be hovering.
I could draw it for you.
Well,
I mean, your understanding of it probably is fine. I guess it's a 3 or 4 wire.
So that sample is
essentially the
done
same.
Right, well,
to
or
bypass
just be a-
position, so
we
it
also
should be
measure
good to
Okay.
As a current monitor.
So that sample's done, and you're gonna go for the near-Orcas
No,
one next?
that's a
So
good
we're
point
gonna
about the
come
compensate
back
legs. They were
down.
shorted.
And try that near-Orcas sample.
Well, you know, if we wanted to, much help.
The presets also have a temperature probe on it?
It does. So you have a record. We just have to make sure not to cook it.
Yep, yep. Okay. I mean, I was here when we took this one yesterday with the regular, so I have a good, pretty decent sense.
That's what I was. And there was an altitude documented for this in the log. So
Yeah.
I just, I was gonna say, if we really wanted to be obsessive about the temp probe, I wonder how close you can get it to the CTD temp probe. I don't know how far back in the chassis that is, but I really don't think there's a
the high
point to
temp
that.
probe is still reading.
Yeah, we just don't know if it's accurate. It's cracked.
Oh, it's cracked. Well, it seems reasonable. I mean, like,
I agree the numbers are not absurd.
yeah, it's not like it's 264.
I mean, it's matching
reasonable
background
That's true.
when we're away
Yeah.
from the metal, so.
Yeah, what was the depth of yesterday's?
Uh,
You had looked up
the depth of the near orifice reading.
Yeah, from yesterday. It would be.
so the near orifice was.
Yeah, it's gonna be in C log.
meters altitude for the first super
Okay.
In fact, I might have it in my personal log.
Altitude isn't very reliable because of the terrain that.
Understood.
Or no, in oh yes, that's sorry.
This one has
Right.
depth.
Yeah, but we just got altitude, so whatever. 2, 3, actually.
So it's a full moon.
2, 3, 9, 1.
But I think this
Huh?
doesn't quite match up with the sea log.
2, 3, 9, 1.
So one's
and then-
precise and one's accurate.
Okay. Then you want to just like scoop in a little bit.
That's the flow, correct?
Yep,
We're after.
that's it.
Okay, so I mean, let's not boil the probe.
No.
Well, I was talking to.
Oh.
No, I know you know not to boil the probe. Not everybody does, but that's the flow we're going for.
Yeah, that is the flow we are looking for. Sorry.
That's
Yeah.
try to determine how they're looking at,
Yeah, like right in here.
You want me to, yeah, you're gonna have to, otherwise we're gonna touch this thing.
Floater.
Shall I just move it out of the way for now and then reposition it once we're closer?
It's the same fluffy crap.
Touch that for you. Okay.
For anyone who's recently joined us, welcome to the Natividad vent field on the Western Galapagos Spreading Center. You're here with the Dawn Watch Donner Party, that's DAWNER Party, Haley, Rachel, and Jacob, and we are making do with a slightly broken high temperature probe. Fortunately, the pH logger that we have, while it doesn't return data in real time, does have a high rate temperature probe built into it. So we'll still be able to use these data.
Yes. To a happy place.
We have more vent dives planned for this cruise. Actually, one of the most exciting things is that after today's dive, we're going to head west and deploy a water sampling and sensor package device that we'll use to try to pick up hydrothermal plumes in the water column so that we can localize and hopefully discover some new vents, which we will then dive on if we find them. Regardless of whether we find those new vents or not, we will make a stop at the Iguanas vent field on our way back to Galapagos. So please stay with us over the next several days. Thanks for asking.
You might have to stick the rest and not diffuse the flow there. I can yaw over to the other side of the forearm. I mean, you can come out like that. No one's sticking directly in it. So elbow down and reach out. Just pick it up above it. You'll be fine. Yep, you'll be fine. That's good. Up a little bit more. There you go. You happy with that?
The super one is drifting a little over to the right.
Yeah, the whole field will drift that way. Because I don't have anywhere to stabilize it.
Okay.
If we position them relative to one another.
That's perfect. Yeah, I'm happy with that orientation.
Back and push that left a bit.
Perfect.
See how long it will last.
Okay. Should we?
You can start. I'll
Okay.
just keep adjusting.
Okay.
Keep
All
adjusting.
right. I'm gonna do it.
Well, you still have to maintain it for drifts.
Good purge. Start. Also, I got distracted and asked what was open like 3 weeks. Not pumping. Future iteration of this superstition check valve, right?
Didn't you put one on?
I gave Johan one and he decided not to use it because he slowed down our flow rate.
We have some very, very low cracking, some very, very windy check valves that you could give him
That's true.
if you want. I'll find them for you.
The check valve will just keep yeah, it'll keep seawater from coming in. So it'll be a little slow.
Oh, this one there. That's where it comes out.
That's not under device.
No, it's not device.
Well, only if
Just like the one at the
pressure
beginning.
is
Interesting.
slightly different.
Okay.
That's true.
Integral temperature probe would be a nice update too.
Yeah, that's pretty fun. For the temperature probe on the Super One. Yeah, like what Jill does with her IETs. Yeah, she just like literally clips them together. I'm gonna put it in the notes.
Do you have a basket mat handy? I have a machine feeling mine's out of fitting. Thank you.
Okay. Notes are good. Overly honest methods. Yeah, you're fine.
Hydro forward into the vent. There's diffuse flow everywhere.
Okay, moving to
Take your time. It doesn't look right. Did you ask for a near chimney on that?
This is the near chimney, the one that we're taking right now.
Wait, this is near Orifice.
This is near Orifice, yeah.
I thought near chimney was different.
Near chimney.
But you didn't ask for it here.
Near chimney was the particles.
Particles. Near chimney 1. Okay, they just logged it. The particles 1 already later. It's there.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened here.
These are different. These are the two 20-minute near chimneys.
Okay, great. It's like a technical replicate. Great.
Right.
Thank you. Cool.
They were 20 minutes. They were desperate for city odds.
It's over here.
Oh.
It's over here. We still look coming. Jacob needed to update his.
Do you have a time
For this one?
Yeah.
This one
Put it in,
is
please.
095836.
095836. Thank you.
Are you okay to take this? I am ready to relieve you. Just don't forget to pump your RNA later. Hold on. I got it. I have
No problem.
I have to fill out some of the sea logs, so I'm gonna do that after. Yeah, don't worry about it. Okay. Sorry, that's the for 2 minutes. Thank you. Not for that, but go.
Mind if I look around a tad? Probably gotten a really good look at this chimney.
Sleep well.
Tech personnel are okay with it. We will try to stream the ascent for you. Should be fun.
If time permits, diffuse flow. Does time permit? We will also have to get a.
What's the estimated time on bottom now?
I haven't heard a revision to it.
Okay, so still roughly 5.
Yes, and that seems realistic from where I sit.
Hey, Haley? Did you have to do a bunch of mapping today?
No, we're done.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I think I have not been told I'm nothing, so.
Okay.
Should be good.
Alright, well, let me know if you change mine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So you guys can press next. And
Well, that would push us past breakfast.
yeah, don't worry. Oh, I see.
What about second breakfast?
Maybe I can revise that. Okay.
Okay. So after we finish the sample, we can either stow super and grab our sulfide for RNA later, or we can go and find a diffuse flow. I don't know where Jill took her IGTs. Did Jill take an IGT in the diffuse flow here?
Stand by. Well, no, she took them in a basalt crack.
That sounds like a diffuse flow.
Well, yeah. You want to go sample there?
I would like to go sample there
Okay.
for my diffuse flow. So I will leave it to you to decide.
We'll figure out the order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Order of operations.
So you've got, okay, so you want to do diffuse flow. We're going to have that.
Yep.
We need this.
Yes, so that's the one that,
Right.
yeah, so that's what I
And those are technically it.
Yep. And then we ride.
Yeah. If you have a free hand, could I ask you to find the marker basalt crack number 1, please?
Is it a recent one or an older one?
There's more than one.
Is more than one basalt crack number 1?
Is there?
I'm asking you.
I just saw it. It's down.
No, it's not far enough.
It's down, yeah. I don't know, I mean, I just saw it on your list, on your waypoint list. Yeah. I think it's fairly recent, but there's no timestamp on mine.
It is 09.
There it is, basalt crack 1.
Latitude? Yep. Okay. 2.52, 726.
I see it. I see it. It's almost exactly center field under your mouse.
Longitude
Yeah.
is negative 94, 076, 105.
It's right. It's just below. It's just lower. Yeah. Got it. Okay, so that's 7. It's like a 70-meter trip. Yep. Where's the actual distance reading out? See it?
Is it not
Oh,
showing?
I see it. I see it. It's just overlapping. Yeah, it's a 70-meter trip. Okay. So we have that, and Rachel, did you want something from the pagoda?
I wouldn't mind, but it's also not the end of the world if I don't get it.
Okay, so that's low priority, but I kind of think.
You're in the chair.
So that's 70 meters. Well, they're right. They're right next to each other.
Okay.
You know, they're 10 meters away. The salt crack and the pagoda.
Okay.
There and there.
What you're saying is, and so the fissure is it's more close to chimney two.
I believe it's closer to chimney 2, but I don't think we're heading to chimney 2. Oh, no, the fissure. That is not the fissure we're
I
after.
mean, chimlet 1 is.
That's the fissure we're after.
Wait.
Salt crack 1.
That's where Jill sampled that.
Correct.
Okay.
And then the pagoda sampling point is right there.
So that's chimlet 1.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, chimlet 1 is less than 10 meters away.
Okay. Okay. Yes, I mean in that case, because it's close, the diffuse flow is it's either we sample another diffuse flow here, because I thought that the diffuse flow was sampled at chimney 1, or we just consider that diffuse flow
They're so.
Because if we go and sample at the pagoda, then we will need at least 3 samples again. So we'll need to do near orifice, mid buoyant, and I guess that diffuse counts.
We may not have time for that.
Yeah.
Well, let's try to take a look then into IGT 1 and 2, and try to figure out.
From yesterday?
Yes, which one?
It's right here. This is where IGT 1 and 2 were taken yesterday.
Cool. The IGT 2 specifically, the not hot one. Were they both
they're
taken from
always
the same?
replicates.
Okay. Well, in that case, I think it was taken directly from the
So let's go to that diffuse flow.
orifice. Okay.
But
One and two.
from yesterday?
Those were taken directly from the FOI 100.
Yeah, it's this one.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit further down.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay, so since the diffuse is that far away, we should just collect sulfide and Arnie later next, and then we'll go fly there.
Mm-hmm. And just to make sure I'm fully clear on what you did here with the IGT yesterday, was it in the orifice?
Roughly about a centimeter.
Cool.
But
Do you recall the temperature?
It was like high 270s, low 280s.
That's all we need to know.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
What was the ranges like you guys were thinking?
Well, she takes high temperature samples and diffuse flow samples.
Oh yeah, that would count as high temperature.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What song do we have?
30 minutes then. We gotta do replicates.
Super boring.
No, this is great. Do as many of these as you need.
That was the other concept.
Because you don't have to do anything. You just sit there.
Well, that's half the reason, yeah.
Okay. All right, super completed. Hold on.
Hey,
I got it.
Josh, how do you feel about streaming the ascent today?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
Conservative.
Cool.
4.
It's slightly less pressure than the bottom.
Oh, sorry. Ben, can we stream this?
Sorry. No.
What, you gonna stream this?
Okay, copy complete. Alright, so we can stow the super wand and pH probe temporarily while we grab the sulfide to put into RNA later. But keep the superpower on.
Like you're ready to stow the super.
Yep.
You want to stop?
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm holding.
Oh no, it did.